was known in the military remote viewing program that our nation sponsored with millions and millions of dollars for 20 years as affectionately as Dr. Doom. Tonight, for at least a brief period, he will take that hat off. However, some of the material that you're going to hear in the hours that are to follow is going to be disturbing. It may disturb you. It certainly would disturb children. Get them out of the room. But there is one thing about Ed, and that is things that he talks about now begin to happen years from now. As in the wild ride we're getting from our son right now. Oh, my, have you seen the stories? I've got newspaper clippings, headlines. CNN is running stories. All the networks are running stories. And, you know, they're beginning to say things like, if you were worried about Y2K, you might want to pay attention to what's going on the sun, because that may make Y2K somewhat academic. Now, I know that I've heard that one somewhere before. Ed Dames is coming up with Y2K looming ever near. That's a great commercial. All right, now, all the way from the Hawaiian Islands, an undisclosed location, actually, in the Hawaiian Islands, here is SciTech's Major Ed Dames. Ed, welcome back.
How are you, Art?
It's always good to hear your voice. It really is. It's great to hear your voice again, Ed.
Well, actually, the place I'm in is undisclosed, but I'm near a field site, a field research site. Our offices have now been completely moved from Beverly Hills, California, to the Maui Research and Technology Park on the island.
So, in other words, so that nails it down a little, Maui, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a beautiful island.
A very high-tech environment. And
it's a beautiful island, Ed. It is actually paradise. Have you taken the trip yet up toward Haleakala? And there's a windy road that goes through some of the most beautiful spots on the face of the earth, as far as I'm concerned, there on Maui. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know the island well.
All right. Ed, we've got to do what we haven't done, I think, for a show or two, because there are so many new affiliates always, and that is, I know, somewhat painful. But we've got to tell people what remote viewing is, and then specifically sort of transition. I guess we ought to begin with the military program and move forward to technical remote viewing as you have developed it.
Let me make it as short and painless as possible then. I was the operations and training officer for a very secret military unit, a unit whose existence was only divulged to the public when I took the technology public, and then again to the media about 2 years ago.
Nightline program.
Yes, that's correct.
Boy, what a shocker that was for everybody. One night, there's Ted Koppel actually revealing to all of America that we had this program for 20 years called remote viewing. Now, what is, everybody will say, and this is will prevent the questions, I hope, Ed. Everybody writes to me and says, God, what is remote viewing? What is it?
Well, the easiest way to explain it is the following. If you think of the entire universe consisting of information, everything that exists as a pattern of information in some single-dimensional space somewhere. Think of a computer disk. Right. Except for this information, this library is active. It isn't passive like a regular library or like a random access memory disk. So it's as if your personal unconscious mind is interfacing with a library that's talking to you. And the way that the books are stored in this collective unconscious is in the form of information patterns. Each of these patterns is unique for every person, every place, every thing, and every event. What remote viewing is, the way that we began it in the military, was a way of turning our unconscious mind towards, and this is a trainable thing, we learned that we could train it, turning your unconscious mind toward these specific patterns of information that we were interested in. And in a consistent and very accurate manner, producing descriptions in terms of words and sketches about these patterns, these targets. It's come a long way since then. It's essentially the way that the unconscious mind communicates data to conscious awareness. When we train this...
Would it be Ed, may I ask this, would it be kind of like the equivalent of opening a dictionary and finding a specific piece of information on a certain page?
It's more like an internet a search or a library search for those of you who don't use the internet. You fill out your library card and you give it to the librarian, and if you're interested in, let's say, Abraham Lincoln, the librarian comes back with several books or tomes on Abraham Lincoln. If you're interested in something that's more specific, that only existed momentarily, then you might only get one book. If you conducted a library search or an internet search on something that was an abstract or general term like Y2K, you would get half the library. Because you're dealing with a very general term that is associated with other abstract ideas. A problem, for instance, that affects many different things. And so, for us, in our library search of this, what we call the matrix, a collective unconscious,
right,
this is a very unwieldy search term. But at any rate, we learn how to train people to do this. And the way that we train, the way that I train my military team, and the way that we train civilians now via our tapes, our remote viewing tapes, we train their unconscious to do all of the work by only giving conscious awareness a number. And that is all that conscious awareness has. It's just a number that is associated, well, think of it as a library card number, next in line. Your unconscious mind has to do all the work. And the real breakthrough in technical remote viewing was teaching people the protocols, the methods, and the techniques to make sure that their unconscious mind turns itself toward the right pattern of information, and that the information that is objectified in terms of words and sketches about the target is correct. Mm-hmm. This took a long time to develop in the military. After it was developed, I took it out of the military in about 1990 and turned it into what today is known as technical remote viewing, which is a much more evolved form. All the bugs, the errors have been worked out of the techniques. Now, my audience should know I have a complete copy of your military record, and it is everything you say it is. It was sent to me, I don't know, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe. And so I've got a full copy of your military record, and I know that what you're saying is absolutely true. People, though, still are a little bit lost when you say a number. Now, I happen to know sort of the way it works. In other words, the control person who's running or managing, I guess would be the right word, a team of remote viewers, or even one remote viewer, will assign a number to something they want tasked, finding a gas canister in Iraq, for example, or whatever. They will assign a number to that, and the number is the only thing given to the remote viewer. That's correct. And I have never understood, and I still don't understand, how the assignment, how that number, a random number, represents anything at all. It is not so much that it represents anything. The reason that we need a number is a cutout. We need to keep the remote viewer blind so that their conscious awareness does not interfere their guessing, or, well, this must be, or their preconceived notions about the target does not interfere with the pure stream of data associated with the target. Okay, but now, let me back off for a moment, and I'll tell you what I mean. Okay. Suppose you were the tasker, and you were interested in where a missing person was located. Okay. All right? Let's say this was John Doe. Right. And you wanted a trained remote viewer to look at the present location of John Doe. And that would be you, Ed Dames. Okay. Okay. Now, let's say you're the tasker, and you choose that target. You want me to work the target. That's right. So you're going to simply, in your own mind, decide unequivocally that that's what you want to do. That's a decision that you make. Conscious awareness makes that decision. On the part of the tasker, yes. On the part of the tasker. On the part of the remote viewer, we have an agreement. I agree to remote view your target. Now, I do not know consciously what your target is, but my unconscious knows.
How?
Your unconscious passes to my unconscious the target.
That's telepathy, Ed.
No, it is not telepathy, Art. In that way it is. Actually, that is telepathy. Just that part is telepathy. I agree with you there. But the rest is not, because my unconscious mind has to find your target.
Why?
That's not telepathy, because you don't know where the target is yourself.
Why, as a tasker, would it not be more of a sure thing and less troublesome for me to say, we're after John Doe, even show you a picture of John Doe and say, here is the person we're trying to locate?
Well, only a professional remote viewer can get away with doing that, because professionals are not stymied by the problem of having preconceived notions about a target. I could get away with doing that as a professional. But a new trainee, someone who's been doing this less than a year, would have a very difficult time. For instance, what caused flight TWA 800 to explode?
Yes.
All the kinds of ideas in the press and the conspiracies and the possibilities would be swimming around a new TRV trainee's head. That would interfere with this process. So we want to keep the new remote viewer in the blind. So when someone trains to do this by themselves, they select a target. They have a target pool that they're interested in as individuals. But when they work as a new trainee, they pull one of those targets that only have a number on it, and that they do not associate with a known target, so that the information stays pure. In fact, our accuracy rates as trainees are 80%. That is, there's a 20% error rate. But as a team, the accuracy rate on the mutually corroborating data, where two viewers say the same thing, two viewers that worked a problem and come up with the same information, that's 100%. And that's the kind of information we used in the military, the 100% information, when matters of life or death prevailed.
In the beginning, what kind of targets was the military interested in, or is that something you still cannot speak about?
We were interested almost exclusively in strategic weapons, very high-level targets, and mostly Russia, to some degree China. And mostly our targets were what's inside that building. Because at that time, our technologies, our advanced technologies and exotic technologies were not good enough to see, I use that term loosely, inside of buildings, either from space or from somewhere else.
Matter of curiosity, Ed. During the program itself, when you would give, let's say, the military hierarchy an answer to what's inside that building, would they have enough confidence in what you said to dispatch human assets who might be at risk, physically at risk, to retrieve or to blow up or whatever, what you have said is in that building? Did they have that kind of confidence in you?
Never that kind of confidence. In intelligence collection, you never go, or you try to never go with a single source of intelligence. You want to combine human intelligence with signal intelligence, with photo intelligence, to look at the pattern that emerges before you act on the information.
That makes sense.
My job was to actually orchestrate intelligence collection missions, and I would never go with a single source, not even what I came to coin, the term I coined was science, psychic intelligence. So these days, as president of SciTech, I act upon our information because we've spent so many years against certain targets and have collected so much information against them that I don't need to corroborate it with other sources of information. And indeed, sometimes, especially in terms of enigma, scientific enigma, remote viewing, technical remote viewing, is the only way to gain a handle on it, to even get the first piece of the puzzle.
What made you leave the military, Ed? Why'd you leave?
Freedom to do what I wanted to do, and to a certain degree, it was personal reasons. I was not happy with the number of lives that we were taking for the reasons that we were taking them. I'd rather not talk about that. It was
okay.
Once an officer, as you know, once an officer starts to disagree with policy, with your nation's policy, it's time to take the uniform off.
Boy, that really makes me want to ask another question.
Shoot.
You disagreed with our nation's policy with regard, no doubt, to your mission, which had to do with remote viewing, or how you were being tasked, or...
No, it had nothing to do with remote viewing. That was just a matter of frustration. It had to do with two separate things. One was the number of lives that we took in Desert Storm, what I believe to be unnecessarily.
The American people don't know, do they?
No, they do not really know what the damage that we did.
Early in the coverage on CNN, they just by accident happened to show some of the Apaches going down these long, dug-in bunkers and just mowing people down by the thousands. And
it was worse than that.
And then they showed earth-moving equipment burying people alive. And that ran for about 30 minutes, and then all of that stuff got yanked, and you never saw it again.
Even Colin Powell had some problems with that. Of course, he stayed on as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, but there were many husbands and brothers and sons that did not go back to Tehran. And anyway, I thought it was time to leave. I mean, I like you was a young man during the Vietnam era in uniform like you,
yep.
and lasted through that. But this one was too much. And then there was one other reason.
All right, hold that other reason until after the break here at the bottom of the hour. There were some incredibly graphic scenes that CNN ran for a very short while at the very beginning of the Iraq War. And then all of that footage got yanked and never repeated. After that, it was press conferences and smart bombs and stuff. Again, here's Ed Dames. Hi, Ed.
Hi.
All right. You said there was one other reason other than the way we ran the Iraq War that you left. What was the other reason?
It was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was involved in reverse engineering some rather exotic weapons, very big weapons of mass destruction, they used to be called. Now, there was a particular weapon that, when tested, was so destructive to the environment, actually the atmosphere, and I won't go into details. It was so destructive that I didn't think it warranted a test. And that was one of the reasons I left, because it was far from the madding crowd. The Environmental Protection Agency, of course, was a non-problem. Mm-hmm. But these tests were very, very destructive to the environment. The environment could not reestablish homeostasis, equilibrium at all. In fact, the scientists that I was working with on these weapons were not even sure that the Earth could regenerate an atmosphere the size of which was blown away in these tests. In fact, it blew a Mount Everest-sized chunk of Earth's atmosphere out into space every time one of these was tested. So that was a little bit too much.
My mouth is wide open. Ed, did we in fact then did test this weapon?
We tested it once, at least, yes. So it seemed to me to be, although I'm very patriotic, unconscionable, because we were wounding the very planet that we were born on, and I had enough, so I left.
Well, that certainly all makes sense. And that was what year when you left the military?
The end of 91, actually. 91. I retired in December of 91.
So we've had 8 years then since that weapon you talked about, which blew parts of our atmosphere out into space.
That's correct.
I know it's touchy and that it's hard for you to talk about a lot of that, and probably you shouldn't talk about some of it, so we'll leave it there, but boy. All right, so I think that we have a pretty good sense now of what remote viewing is. You left the military. You formed a company called SciTech. And you did work for people who, I don't know, were looking for people, had corporate questions. You took up what kind of assignments?
We stuck with the scientific community. Many of these were Beltway bandits, my old cronies in the military-industrial establishment that knew by word of mouth that this team existed and what we could do. And so I took advantage of that propinquity in Washington, D.C. to begin to market our company's skills in things like developing advanced propulsion systems or actually in the defense industry, and military intelligence, because that's where we had our roots, and especially scientific and technical intelligence, because that's where our expertise was really embedded. We knew what we were doing in terms of advancing engineering, looking at companies' engineering devices to see whether or not they would be a dead end, or whether or not they represented something that the company could make a lot of money in. These kinds of things.
That would make sense. I know you also have done missing children. I know, though you don't like it. I know
we do those as the company currently. This is many years down the road now. We will take on humanitarian projects, and we'll take on some counterterrorism projects, but we do this openly, and we do not. We have turned down government contracts because we can't talk about the work. Later on in the program, I'll talk to you about Project Starman and its origins and how, because we had a commercial contract to look at the UFO problem in New Mexico, we could not talk a lot about the results. And that is what I wanted to avoid. So we use our very successful tape sales, the income and the profit from our company, to fund in-house studies. And I have some exciting things to talk about after I have some very Dr. Doomish things to talk about, vis-a-vis that subject.
All right. We'll jump into specifics in a moment, but Mark from Canada writes, and I've got the same question. Why the Hawaiian Islands, Ed? Why would you consider them to be a safe place in the middle of the ocean with global warming, ocean rising, that sort of thing, tectonic movement, great big waves that can be generated from that kind of thing? Why is Hawaii considered safe? You'll make a lot of Hawaiians happy, I'm sure, with your answer.
Well, in technical remote viewing, we can look ahead to a certain degree. We can look ahead at the environment, and we can ascertain, as even advanced trainees can do this.
In time. Actually, you're actually looking through time, right?
Where mind is outside of time. And very large events have a very big spike that can be seen. Think of in earlier shows, we talked about the next use of a nuclear weapon in anger, a military use. That would appear, figuratively speaking, as a big spike, a mountain that you can see off in the distance. Now, you may not know how far that next mountain is, but you can certainly see it as the next mountain or the next event, depending upon how you search this library. And along those lines, we can look at the environment, look at problems that are arising, and sanctuaries in terms of the minimum amount of environmental impact.
Okay. These
happen to be one of the places.
So people in the islands can take some comfort in the fact that you're there.
They can take some comfort if they trust remote viewing, and they can only trust remote viewing if they do it themselves and know that it works. If they do that, then they can take a great deal of solace in being here. Don't leave if you live in Hawaiian Islands.
You know, so many psychics and visionaries, when people from the islands call, it happened just the other night. And, of course, the people in Hawaii always ask, well, what about Hawaii? You never talk about Hawaii. And usually there's a long period of silence, and the psychic says something like, well, that's because it's not going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not good news for Hawaii, but for a change, it's good news. You're saying Hawaii will at least fare better than average.
Much better than average, yes. We've moved based upon information that we were downloading from the Matrix using our tools, our problem-solving tools. Up 2 years ago, we began planning our move here, and we have just completed it. The entire company, my company.
So there's nothing left in California. You're out of there.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And I guess for the sake of the Californians, I should ask, hey, Ed, why did you leave California?
Well,
yes.
Many times we've been asked, I've been asked on your show over and over again, what about Y2K?
Uh-huh.
And my response has been, Art, it looks like the Y2K problem is eclipsed by a bigger problem. We are not picking up the idea, we in SciTech as professional remote viewers, of something associated with massive computer breakdowns necessarily connected with the year 2000.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting something connected with the sun, and I mean it. 2 years ago we began to talk about this, but
That's
now I really mean it.
When you first began talking about this, Ed, people scoffed. I mean, they laughed, they scoffed, many were scared. There was a whole variety of actions, but mostly they scoffed, Ed. And yesterday, Ed, I was watching CNN, and they virtually said almost exactly the same thing. You may not want to worry so much about Y2K and worry more about what's going on in the sun. They actually said that on CNN.
It's going to become grim, Art. There's going to be a series of events that are connected with this particular solar cycle that go anywhere from electrical grid knockouts to much, much more serious damage to the environment. And that is why I moved my company. Because once these kinds of things start happening, it's going to be, we're facing the possibility of a Mad Max scenario in populated areas, and I chose not to be there. That simple.
Here's a headline. I can hold it up, and I will for my cameras. From ABCnews.com, it says super flares can zap planets. Now, it says, why are we confident the sun will burn reliably for a few billion more years? Well, some suns, it seems, have hiccup, they now learn. And Yale University astronomer Bradley Schaefer says, quote, I'm calling them super flares. You start looking at the underlying star, and you find they really are disturbingly similar to our sun. That is, these suns they are now observing throwing out flares that sterilize or destroy planets. They're stars just like our star, like our sun. Now, and in a million years, I never would have guessed we would have... All of a sudden, we have this plethora of headlines like this. Here's another one. Shapes on sun predict solar explosions. This S-shape that they're now saying, well, it looks like when we see this S-shape, there's going to be an ejecta, meaning portions of the sun itself are blown out in one direction or another, hopefully not toward us. But, I mean, it's everywhere all of a sudden, Ed, everywhere.
Well, they will be blown out toward us, and that's what I started to do. That's what Chicken Little said myself a couple of years ago, and that's a very difficult thing as a businessman who is trying to sell this very wonderful tool. Do I or do I not tell the public what we are perceiving?
Yeah.
And those are hard decisions. I have some more to make too, but I'm going to get out of that business really quickly because this is 1999. 3 years ago, I said on your program, and have been saying, all bets are off in 99 because we're going to be hit so fast and so furious by so many things, particularly disease and particularly the solar effects, that it's really senseless for SciTech to continue to predict things, with one exception, and that is we're going to look at these series of solar shots, the series of coronal mass ejections that we know are coming. We're going to look at the burn zones, where, what, and who they are impacting.
Burn zones?
Well, I'll call them that for now. What the next CME, for instance, what will that affect? Will it be a series of satellites? In what orbits at what time? Or is it going to push away Earth's magnetosphere and actually the plasma come down and penetrate the atmosphere? What are the effects going to be? We're already losing our ozone layer.
How big is the spike associated with the flares?
Art, it's not just that there's a series of flares. There is one or two that we have called a Killshot. They're very big. In fact, they're so big they were foreseen more than 2,000 years ago in biblical prophecy in terms of the seventh seal events, the Revelation. We talked about this before. That's what we're looking at. Really serious environmental damage with the loss of atmosphere and the loss of lives.
All right, so you've determined it's that serious. When you say loss of atmosphere, that's really serious. I mean,
I'm saying penetration of ionizing radiation right down through the stratosphere, and that is very serious, yes. So the reason that we did not pick up on these Y2K problems was because of, and this is fairly imminent now, a series of very energetic events on the sun that will preempt the Y2K problem by causing so much electrical damage to both satellites and to power grids. That's why we never got the Y2K problem.
And electronic equipment generally. Would electronic equipment on Earth conceivably be affected? Not just electrical grids with long lines. That's bad enough. But I mean actual electronic equipment on Earth?
I'm not sure yet, Art. I am not sure. I would be speculating. So we'll turn our attention toward that, looking at the series of impacts, the series of solar events, how much damage they will do, and where they will do the damage.
Ed, may I tell you of something that happened yesterday that I need to follow up with on my audience, with my audience anyway? Yesterday, I received a fax from a first officer of an aircraft flying, I forget, from one point toward Minneapolis. And he said, you know, Art, when we got at altitude, I have never seen a display of northern lights, the likes of the one I've seen tonight. This was last night. And he said, my skin began to prickle. I began to feel some sort of strange sensation as though we were being cooked in an oven. And I wasn't the only one. My pilot felt exactly the same thing. Today, I got a whole variety of faxes from other pilots who had been in the air, and they said, you know what? I wouldn't have said anything because somebody would have thought I was crazy, but I experienced exactly the same thing that first officer wrote to you about, a major airline. What do you suppose could be going on now? We were having an intense geomagnetic storm at the time. We're having a lot of them. But what could they be observing, Ed? Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's just an increased solar cycle, but this one is far more. It's deadly. The other solar cycles that we have had in the past in recorded history were big, but this one is going to be deadly.
This was radiation. It had to be radiation because it was at night. And they were saying they felt like they were out in the middle of a Florida sunshine day getting irradiated by the sun. You know how your skin feels when you're getting irradiated.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way they felt, except it was nighttime. And
well, there's not much more that SciTech can say about this, Art. This is 1999. We've said this is the year to hunker down. And the hammer is about to fall. You know,
right.
3 years of warning are over. So in terms of predictive intelligence, indicators of warning, Project Sunburst, which is what SciTech has called this, is coming to an end.
All right. As we may be. Well, I told you some of the material you were going to hear was going to be a little sobering, scary. And so if you didn't believe me then, believe me now. If you can't handle this kind of information or you have children in the room, then act responsibly as a parent. Get them out. And if you can't handle it, turn it off. Otherwise, my guest is Ed Dames, SciTech's Major Ed Dames, and he'll be right back. I want to get on the air. It's a faxed question from Rusty in Tampa, Florida. It says, Art, would you please ask Major Dames if by using his tapes, a person with no skill at all can learn TRV, technical remote viewing? In other words, can hard work overcome a handicap? Can anyone learn TRV? Rusty in Tampa. Ed, what about that?
Above average intelligence. That's all that's required. That's it.
All right.
It's a powerful tool, but caveat emptor. And I've said this before. Once you realize that, and it doesn't take long, a couple of days before you get this, oh my God, this is real experience.
Yep.
If you decide to continue these studies, you can never look at the world the same way again, because when you walk down the street, you walk down with a realization that there's nothing you cannot know if you apply yourself to that particular question. Let me give you a little anecdotal thing that will give you an indication of what you can do with this. And I think it's a good illustration. It isn't all doom and gloom that I do. Once in a while I get interested in things on your show. And I caught this little anecdote by Dinah Arnett. Remember this woman from Florida, or I think Tampa or something?
Of course I remember. It was just a few days ago, actually. Dinah Arnett sent me a photograph of a hallway in her home.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at it. My wife looked at it first and said, you better look at these. And I looked at it and I said, oh my God, what the hell is this? A 35mm photograph. You can see it on my website now, folks. And then a blow-up of that photograph. And so I called her. I brought her on the air. She told the whole story. And you have looked at that thing, whatever it is, haven't you?
Yes. She reported this as a supernatural event that occurred in her home. And, in fact, on, I think, a previous program, I have you quoted as saying, and it's funny in retrospect, you said that that thing in that photograph is nothing that you would ever want to come into even casual contact with.
That's what I said.
You called it a hideous, horrible little creature.
That's what I called it, yeah.
I have to be honest with you. When I looked at it, it kind of sent shivers down my spine. Because it does. It looks pretty gruesome. It is a scary photograph. But
yes.
That's what our imaginations do to us and our conditioning.
She wasn't scared.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't. Very interestingly, she was not scared. I'll tell you what, it scared me, and I don't scare easily.
Wow.
But that's my imagination, Art. My imagination went to town. However, as a professional remote viewer, I had to look at this. We've worked things like supernatural events before, too, so we know when something like this is really happening. That hideous, horrible little creature that is something you would never even want to come into casual contact with,
yes,
happens to be a mosquito or a spider that hit the lens of the camera when she snapped the photo. And that story of hers is an attempt to pull the wool over your eyes. That's why remote viewing is so powerful and it's so important, because it sifts out the truth and it uncovers the truth from the chaff. That is why this technique is so important.
I've got to go back to my own website and look at it right now after what you've said.
A mosquito or a spider. I didn't take the time to continue because I realized that, but in my mind's eye, in my imagination, it would look very frightening. That's why I have stuck with this technology for so long, because it opens doors and it sees true.
Huh. You're really sure about that, huh?
Yes, absolutely sure. In fact, we have over 10,000 people that have purchased our tapes, and many of them are in advanced stages of training. I train on the internet for free, advanced skills. We help our advanced trainees find missing children, and in a present case, the body of a child that we know was killed. But we're going to that's the kind of thing that we do in advanced training. Many of those students could have done the same thing I did had they turned their attention to this particular target. Any of them, because it's a standardized procedure, just like in the military. Everything's standardized. We do it the same way. The techniques are rigorous and they're rigid, but they come up with the same truth each time.
I'm looking at that photograph right now, Ed, and it looks to me like this horrid little thing with a squiggly tail and what looked like a horrid little mouth. It looks to me like it has depth. I mean, it would have fooled the best of any of us because it looks further into the picture. Now, it's obviously not really three-dimensional. It's only two-dimensional. And maybe it's just an optical conclusion, but it looks further away than the close wall. And boy, it really looks like it's there.
It is there, Art. It is really on the film, but it's an insect, a small insect, either a mosquito or a spider.
All right. You have. Damn, that thing is awful.
Yeah.
You have tapes. You've had your tapes out now. Listen, folks. At one time, it used to be that to go to school, to go to ed school or many other schools that are out there, to learn remote viewing would cost you thousands of dollars. It was thousands of dollars in the beginning when you and I first talked. How much would a full course cost?
$4,500 for a 10-day course.
For a 10-day course.
We trained mostly doctors, engineers, and scientists, and then we began to take the public, and only later, 2 years later, did we put together our video training tape program. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of knockoff courses out there. There's a growing number of camp followers who have taken our tapes and have home brewed their own courses based on that and formed bastardized versions.
I'm sure that is
of the professional tape. So you got to really be careful about these.
But you were the one who blew the doors off everything. I mean, in a way, you probably pissed off a lot of people. When you put those tapes out, you probably ruined a lot of people's incomes. Didn't you?
Some. Yes, some. Yes, some. Because the tapes are far more professional. After all, I was the training officer for the military unit. So I was eminently qualified to produce the tapes and come up with a training program. There were members of the unit that were not trainers. They were remote viewers, and they never were in a position where they had to train other people. But they saw how successful SciTech was 10 years ago, and they availed themselves of the opportunity to jump on board. Many of them are falling by the wayside now, but there's a lot of amateurs who have put together workshops and audio tapes, and these are fine for a joyride because they do use our techniques that we teach, but they could never teach you a problem-solving tool, and you would have to go back and relearn technical remote viewing to solve problems, even as simple as what was that in the photograph that Dinah Arnett took.
All right, look, I want to force you into making a plug here. Your tapes, before we leave this subject, are divided into modules, and I have watched, personally, module number 1, which is an extremely slick, professional, well-done, well-produced, really well-produced tape.
By an Oscar nominee.
I can easily imagine. It was that good. And I can tell my audience that watching module number 1 will tell you whether you want to proceed with the rest of the course, and whether you really want to go on and do what is depicted, what you'll see clearly you can do in module number 1. Module number 1 is how much, Ed?
$49.95.
So for $49.95, people will learn enough to know whether they want to proceed into the really heavy-duty stuff that would be the other modules.
That's correct. And it takes 4 months to complete all the 5 tapes, to study them and to master them. Then people, as they're doing that, they meet me in an online classroom, for those of you who are internet capable, and I bootstrap advanced skills there, or help you out with practicums. All right.
If a person wants module number 1, no sweat, $49.95. It gets more expensive if they want the entire 5-tape course. You get into the real meat of the whole thing. How much is the whole ball of wax?
$249.95 for 5 tapes, and we include the Impossible Challenge, which is a history of our company with that. These tapes we dropped the price $70 on that whole set in the last 3 months.
Wow.
It was $320.
Right. All right. And if they want either module 1 or the whole thing, there's a number they can call, right?
There's 2 numbers they can call.
2 numbers. All right. What are they?
1-888 1-888-0333.
Hold on. I write slowly, and so does everybody else. 1-888-878-0333. Or
1-877-878-1777.
Okay.
All the information they'll need is on those, and including when to talk to live operators. All those kinds of things are there.
Should people? Is it a 24-hour a day number?
These are 24-hour numbers.
So they can call now or any time. All right.
Yes.
All right. We'll get those numbers out at least another time in the show here. So Dinah had nothing but a bug. And a story. And a story. And so the
storyline. An attempt to pull the wool out of your eyes. In fact, she took that photo to Whitley Schreiber. I don't think she really knew what was on that photograph, but the story was a fabrication. She took the photo to Whitley and to a number of other people who said they didn't know what that was. Well, Whitley's had a number of different experiences in his life, being visited by visitors and all of that.
Sure.
What technical remote viewing can do is to dissect those experiences and to really know whether it was a subjective experience, whether or not it was a dream mixed with something else, or whatever. And that's how powerful this tool is. I'm going to talk about Project Starman tonight. And it's worth staying up for, because it will start. What we have now, in terms of Project Starman, is the end, the beginning of the end of Radio SETI, and breathing new life into the UFO problem. It's a very wonderful discovery we have in terms of Project Starman, which you know is my pet project.
People will stay awake for that, for sure. All right. If I don't finish with the sun, people are going to be very angry, because people are really, really scared about this, Ed. And so let's try and give them a little bit of positive feedback. Let's say the sun is going to produce at some point a kill shot. You once told us there would be a precursor, and I was never quite clear about whether we've actually had that precursor yet or not, or whether the precursor event may not occur at all and it just may be the main event.
We know we're going to have precursors in terms of side type, but we were never clear in-house on what the precursors meant. What we did was we looked at a time ahead, a number of years, circa 99 through, actually it was late 98 through 2001, and we knew there would be a very dangerous event, a catastrophic event. It took us a long time to realize it was our own sun. In fact, I call it a discontinuity 3.5 years ago on your show.
Yes.
But when we backtracked in time from that extremely catastrophic event, we saw that there would be at least one other event that would presage this what we came to call a kill shot.
Right.
And we were never clear about what that precursor was. We just couldn't put it together. It is probably a series of smaller events before this big one. It's too close together, and it's too big for us to be able to unravel, Art. But I think it's problematic. If not moot, it will become moot in 99.
Are you able to discern the scale of the major event itself? In other words, kill shot is kind of a negative term in the sense that when you're talking about the planet, it sounds like nothing will be left moving.
No, this will be this last event will be this catastrophic event.
Yes.
We're calling it kill shot.
Yes.
Will actually strike land. It won't just be an atmospheric event. It appears to actually touch the ionized radiation, touch the Earth itself, the Earth's surface itself. And when that happens, you're talking about people and animals and plants being subject to high degrees of radiation, being fried in place. So that event will not be Earth-wide. We're going to try to...
It'll be somewhat localized.
Yes, that's correct.
And obviously on the sun side of the... in other words, as the Earth is facing the sun. So if you're on the night side when it hits, you're okay, more or less.
Right. Now with solar physicists really starting to take having new tools to look at the sun, predictive tools. For instance, the sigmoids that have recently appeared in the news about allowing us an extra day to know that before an eruption happened on the sun.
The S shapes.
Yes, it's called a sigmoid. That gives us an extra day's warning. What SciTech will attempt to do is give at least a month warning prior to the formation of a sigmoid that's connected with a very serious flare.
All right. When we come back, we'll tell people what it is that they could do if they're in that area. Stay right there. Back now to Ed Dames. Ed, that was some facts. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Is this something that... Now, this is on the night side of the Earth, albeit under a great big magnetic storm at altitude. These, cargo pilots and... passenger pilots get up to 33,000 feet or above a lot of times, and so they get more radiation, and there was a lot of radiation, but you wouldn't think enough to give people burns, would you?
Not at this juncture. Later on in the year, from what we know, possibly.
Right.
Now, there's some warning here too. As long as a solar flare is not too big and doesn't destroy the satellites that we have in orbit that are looking at X-rays. And if you get a big solar flare, it's going to destroy those satellites too. But you'll have a 3 or 4 day warning because the X-rays only take 8 to 10 minutes to get to Earth and they're registered, right?
That's right. Yes.
And then the protons, the mass itself that's ejected from our star, the sun, is on its way very fast, but much slower than the speed of light. Now, with this new signature that solar physicists have, the sigmoid, this S-shaped configuration of plasma on the sun.
Yes.
Now that may give us an extra day warning. So that's 4 to 5 days of warning before we're hit by a very large shower of damaging protons, a bunch of bullets, shotgun effect.
Will anybody announce that fact to us? In other words, will somebody at the Soho place say, hey, look at the gigantic, it's the biggest S we've ever seen, and we see it rotating our way. There is some good chance there's going to be a CME that's going to head toward Earth. Would they say that?
I used to think yes, but I don't anymore because of the responsibility that would be... What you're talking about is the ramifications of something like that would be mass panic.
Yep.
That would not be avertible. And, there are ways to protect oneself against that kind of a shower. Get into a basement, get into a subway, get into a mine or something like that and take a lot of water with you.
That's what I was going to ask you next.
There's not a lot of cavities below the Earth that are immediately accessible by the numbers of people that would need to be there. And so I suspect that in order to avert the panic that...
They wouldn't say anything.
They might not say anything, yes.
Big S probably means exactly the same thing you hear on most flight recorders just before the pilot hits the ground.
Perhaps.
Oh, shoot.
So what we're going to do in SciTech, although we're capacity constrained and we can't do everything as professionals, we are trying to teach the public to do it for themselves. We are going to look at the series of events this year, the next one up, and attempt to determine where the damage will be incurred and to what degree. That's what we're going to try to do this year because we know it's coming.
No way to put a more refined date on it.
I'm sorry there isn't. It's the same problem that we face. Mind is outside of time. We can see this event. I use the term see figuratively, of course. Mm-hmm. We can perceive a large event on the horizon in our mind's eye using these very accurate techniques, but we cannot gauge the distance effectively. That's why we're still waiting for this North Korean nuke to happen. We know it's going to happen. We can perceive it. We see the next nuclear weapon being used in anger on the Korean Peninsula.
And
2 years ago, we could see that. But we can't gauge the distance and time to that mountain.
Can you tell that mountain or that spike is prior to the event on the sun?
A year and a half ago, we thought it was. Yes. In terms of the kill shot, yes.
Yes.
That the use of a nuclear weapon on the Korean Peninsula happens prior to what we are calling the kill shot. Now, the kill shot may be the first of a number of kill shots. And we also have an ozone loss problem, which is causing tremendous amounts of damage, especially allowing a lot of diseases to occur. I mean, we're getting a lot of mutations, and we're getting a lot of diseases that are starting to pop up. And as I've said before, these will become, a tremendously difficult problem for mankind. Disease.
And I just got a notification. I'm a ham operator, and I got a notification on another HAARP test. HAARP is in Alaska. I think most people in my audience know what HAARP is. On the 26th and the 27th of this month, they'll be testing on 3.4 megahertz and 6.99 megahertz. Have you ever taken a look at HAARP?
Well, the concept for HAARP and its actual construction occurred while I was still working at Office of Secretary of Defense level, so I'm aware of what that is, what it was built for.
Well, they say it was built. They say it was built, Ed, and they tell the public now to test propagation conditions and to possibly map underground tunnels and bunkers. Is that what it's for?
Yes.
They're telling the truth.
Yes, I would not lie. If I have to, I will say I don't know, to avoid talking about classified information, but I'm not going to lie.
Okay. So, we need not be particularly concerned about HAARP, or...
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that?
Absolutely not. I remind you to hark back to my first 10 minutes or after the break.
I do remember
one of the reasons I left the service.
The test.
The environmental damage that the Department of Defense cavalierly afflicted upon our own garden. And that was unconscionable.
My next question would be one you couldn't answer, huh?
Well, I'm not a psychic, so you'd have to give me 45 minutes to discern what your next question is. That's the length of a TRV session.
My next question was obviously going to be, for the sake of the audience, if there was a single test of something that blew out part of the atmosphere, can you tell me whether that is connected with HAARP and we need to worry about that?
It is not connected with HAARP, no. It was connected with a Star Wars initiative. It was a desperate, almost an act to keep up with the Joneses. I won't say who the Joneses were.
Not hard to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. One of the things that you said that we would talk about tonight is particularly intriguing. I don't have the slightest idea what it's about. You remote-viewed Satan. I told you not to, but you did anyway. And it was really something else. And then you sent me a message saying for this show we would discuss something called the Devil's Workshop. What in the world is the Devil's Workshop, Ed?
Well, you recall that I spent a lot of time looking into this concept that there is an entity that is connected with our idea of Satan. And we covered all of that. And
sure.
I said there's two things that I'm looking at now, and I want to follow up on. One is the strategy that this supernatural entity is attempting to execute, and the other is a project that it has. Now, the strategy I talked about involved, at the time, our last show, I said that there are puppets, human puppets, that are being manipulated, and that this one particular stratagem involved an assassination team of 3 individuals that would assassinate a high-ranking Israeli cleric or official. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then 2 weeks after I said that, the highest-ranking officer, a general officer, General Gerstein, who was the commander in the occupied strip in Lebanon, he was assassinated by the Hezbollah. Okay. So that gives you an idea of in terms of predictive intelligence, what we're up against.
Yes, sir.
The project itself is much more serious. In fact, it is the key element in attempting to engineer Armageddon. It's a very serious thing. Very serious indeed. It's also very elegant and brilliant.
This is a project of Satan?
It is a project that it appears to be just a product of the evil that's in men's minds and hearts, but in fact there are supernatural forces behind it. And what in biblical terms has been called Armageddon was foreseen thousands of years ago. It's coming rapidly upon us in the form of this project.
Well, okay, let me see if I'm straight. I know mankind has plenty of good and plenty of evil in his own heart and mind with this free will thing, but you're saying there is a real and specific entity, the devil, Satan, who is engaging right now in a project to bring on Armageddon, yes?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And he will use as tools... I'm not sure if they have sexes. Thank you, will use as tools the dark side of man. And I remember you talking about a warfare or chemical lab.
Yes, well, we've done much more work on this since the last program because we get to see it in all its blazing glory now, and it is a brilliant, elegant plan. But once again, it's humans being manipulated unwittingly, some key humans, because these supernatural forces are capacity constrained. They do not have that many assets, so they really have to use them wisely. And in this case, it's a brilliant, brilliant plan. As a former tactician, a military tactician, I have to say this is a very admirable, elegant plan. And it is, in fact, a good way to orchestrate Armageddon. And it's probably not stoppable, but I'm going to lay it out for you.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Well, then... let's rock. This is something we just don't skip over. It's an elegant plan to begin Armageddon. God knows there's enough bad stuff coming along anyway, but here we're going to be encouraged by an entity to end it all anyway.
Well, after I tell you about this, I do have some good news. So I will take the Dr. Doom hat off after this one, Art.
All right.
I have some very exciting news vis-a-vis Cytek's Project Starman.
Yes.
But I'm going to have to let this one roll because you did ask me to follow up on it, and we did.
Yes, sir.
The Devil's Workshop, I said, that's what I termed this particular facility, which was a key facility, a key element in this plan, happens to be that particular biological warfare facility that Cytek reported north of the city of Mosul in Iraq.
Mosul.
That's the facility that is hiding in a petrochemical plant. If you go to the Cytek website, and people can go there via your site, and you go into our special projects section, you'll see a letter to the White House and to the Defense Intelligence Agency that we send with a map pointing to the location of an Iraqi biological warfare facility. This is sort of an encore performance for Cytek. In 1991, we made world press by doing this for the United Nations and finding Saddam Hussein's biological warfare facility. So we're back there again now, looking at a particular place. It's too late now to do anything about that place. The Iraqis have already produced more than about at least 12,000 liters of anthrax. And some of that is not in Iraq anymore. And that's where this all begins. But after it's used against the nation of Israel, and I'll tell you where and what the target is and how it will be used, because that's where it's going to be used. After it's used, it is good for the Israelis to know that the source of that in case the Iraqis claim plausible denial because anthrax is so popular these days, they can. The source is Iraq. Iraq produced that anthrax that will be used against the holy city, Jerusalem, the old city, in a way that is very, very brilliant. Brilliant plan.
Can you lay it out?
Oh, yes. The anthrax, if you were to deliver a Scud missile or Katyusha rocket against the Israelis, now the target is actually Jerusalem. It's the old city itself. If you were to deliver a missile against Israel, anywhere in Israel, it would immediately explode, and that explosion would be ascertained as either a high explosive, or if it were a chemical or biological, it would become almost immediately known. The Israelis are the most prepared nation in the world in terms of chemical and biological warfare. If that missile explosion was deemed to be biological, the Israeli people are so well prepared that and I'll go into the preparations if you want, the civil defense measures, that there would be virtually no casualties if it was anthrax in the air.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on CNN. Back during the Iraq War, they were showing what was going on in Israel, and they all had places to go, masks to put on. They were, in fact, prepared.
Oh, more than that, they have actual filters in their home, in many of their homes. They're sealed.
All right, hold on. We'll take a break here, Ed. We will be right back, I think, and we'll try and give you as many specifics of this. Armageddon. Gee. That is just about where they said it would all begin, or the beginning of the end would begin. We'll be right back. 1-800-377-0700. Once again, here's Major Ed Dames. Ed?
All right.
We're talking about Jerusalem. We're talking about a place in Iraq called Mosul, where they have apparently put a whole lot of anthrax together. And you said their method of targeting Jerusalem is insidious.
It's, well, once again, this was part of, this was the critical element and the core strategy in a larger plan. One of the supporting attacks was what I reported on your last show, this three-man assassination team that would assassinate a key Israeli cleric or official.
Right.
That happened, and the Israelis are still, right now, as we speak, they're in the Gaza Strip, and they have vowed vengeance against the killing of General Gerstein.
Right.
And they're still in there attacking Hezbollah positions. So that's their counterattack. I need to just tangentially mention to you, I wanted to do a couple of cross-checks vis-a-vis biological warfare, and so I ran as a technical remote viewing cue the idea of the next bioweapon attack. Okay?
Okay.
I worked that.
Yes.
And what I got was not something like this, but to my surprise, it was the use of a biowarfare agent against the coca crop in South America. And I had forgotten all about the agreement to use a phytopathological weapon against the coca crop in South America, which is biological warfare.
Right.
Thinking that on my own mind, was the idea of what we typically think of as biological warfare, but I had forgotten that this is subsumed under that too. So that's what popped out of that. And I said, whoops, don't want to look at that.
Huh.
So that's the kind of things that happen in my business.
They're even going after marijuana now with a fungus. They're going to release this fungus that is supposed to destroy all the pot plants.
I know. That's biological warfare. We forget that anti-plant, anti-crop warfare is also biological warfare.
Right.
And I had forgotten that too when I ran this cue. So
that's interesting.
That's the kind of things that happen.
Jerusalem.
Okay, the target is the old city itself, and the way in which it's going to be hit is very interesting, very elegant. It's the day has not come yet where the occupied territories above the PLO lands in the West Bank, where you can tote missiles or shoulder-fired missiles up there, you're going to get caught. And you might be able to get one off, but that's it.
Oh, there's people with guns everywhere.
There is. And that's why it has to be really slick. If you're going to use a biological weapon, first of all, it has to be covert. So by the time the population realizes they're infected, it's too late.
Too late, yeah.
And don't let anybody kid you. There's no prophylaxis against anthrax. Pulmonary anthrax, the type that you breathe in,
right.
There is no prophylaxis once you get it. You may be led to believe that by officials not wanting to scare you, saying that it's okay if you're infected, but you're going to die.
Well, they are giving anthrax shots to our military right now, Ed. As a matter of fact, it's mandatory. There are some in the military who are refusing to take them, and they're being disciplined severely.
Or discharged, yes.
Yeah, or discharged, right.
Yes. But even with a vaccine like that, if the titers, if the toxicological insult, if you're hit with a lot of spores of pulmonary anthrax, that vaccine is not going to help you. And the vaccine you must have booster shots over a 6-month to 1 year period before you could even hope to survive a pulmonary anthrax attack. So
that would mean spores in the air.
That's right. That's right. And the way in which this is going to be done is very elegant. And this is how they're going to pull it off. The Hezbollah will do it. They will do it from above the old city of Jerusalem in the occupied territories. Now, this is going to derail the PLO plans because the PLO, Yasser Arafat himself has said he wants Jerusalem to be the capital of the PLO state once the state.
Actually, he said he's going to be declaring that shortly.
Well, I mean, it's probably a pipe dream, but nevertheless, the PLO is not going to be happy with this Hezbollah attack. Here's how it's going to come down.
Okay.
The anthrax is going to be packed, and I mean packed, in a gel. And it's not going to be gelatin, because then what would gelatin do? Anthrax, of course, once it's in a bovine environment, turns on. So you don't want to turn on the spores.
Right.
So it's going to be packed in agar.
What's that?
Agar is a cellulose gel. It's used in the food industry a lot. Like gelatin, but only it's plant-derived instead of animal-derived.
Yes.
Okay? A whole lot of anthrax spores, a whole lot, packed in this agar gelatin and put in containers. It can even be bags, but it's containers. That will be carried in surreptitiously to the hills above the old city of Jerusalem.
Yes.
It will be placed in shallow holes that are scooped out of the dirt or in the rock itself. The top will be taken off of the container, or could even be a sack, and it will be exposed to the sun. When it dries, because what makes gelatin gel? Water.
Correct.
And when the sun evaporates the water in the gel, it slowly, day by day, it leaves a powdery film on the surface of almost pure anthrax spores, which are now, under the force of gravity and the wind, they become a plume that drifts down from above the hills in Jerusalem into the old city, slowly infecting, and continuously, I might add, infecting the population of Israel. And the Israelis will not know what hit them because the attackers will be long gone. The city will continue to be infected as long as this gel evaporates, and many, many people will die as a result of this.
Good God.
So it's imperative to the Israelis, and I have contacts in the Israeli Defense Force, to watch for these kinds of things, to fly a helicopter above the hills, above the old city, look down from the helicopter with binoculars for anything that looks like a container that's open, because that is exactly what these things are going to be. The Iraqis will have plausible denial. After all, designer anthrax is everybody's weapon these days, so the Iraqis could say it wasn't us. For all intents and purposes, it could be some guy from Colorado.
Well,
it's a popular thing now.
It's true. If the Israelis are aware of who has attacked them, Ed, they have said, and I would expect that they would bring up from the desert floor some nuclear devices, and hence would begin Armageddon. This
becomes very interesting because The counterattack. Look at the attack site. It's Jerusalem itself.
Right.
It's one of the most holiest shrines in the Christian, both Christian and Hebrew world.
I was there.
But it also contains the Dome of the Rock. Probably the third most important holy site in the Islamic world. So, one of the things that the Israelis would certainly do if they did not respond in kind. First of all, they're not going to take Sci-Tech's word that this was the Iraqis. The Israelis are not going to be sure. But they are going to have to retaliate in some way. One of the ways they would do it would be to cordon off the entire old city. That means preventing Muslim people from traveling to the Dome of the Rock.
Yes.
That is almost as bad as intervening the Hajj or attacking Medina or Mecca.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
many ways. And
that's
so, no matter how you cut it, it's a bad situation, but it's a brilliant plan if you're the devil. Because the indirect response is just as bad as the direct response. The direct attack, the direct counterattack, and the indirect counterattack, it's the same. Cordoning off the old city, including the Dome of the Rock. And then, of course, what this means is that any hope for the PLO to establish a state that close within what is now Katusha range, it's gone. Any hope of a PLO state is gone. So it derails that process permanently. It's a brilliant plan, you have to admit.
I do.
It gives new meaning to the term Satan bug.
Satan bug. Boy. All right. Somebody here asks, I'm going to drag you away from this now because I know you have other things you want to talk about.
Good.
Art, I've been listening to you for a year now, and I've heard many predictions of Earth changes around the millennium. I have a family in the Caribbean. Ed's in Hawaii, but I want to know, how's it going to be in the Caribbean? This is somebody from New York City.
I don't know, Art. I just don't know. What I did was look at one particular. There's two reasons why I'm in Maui. Two reasons. One is because I know it's a safe zone. One of the reasons is that the population density is low. The resources, I can live off the resources here if everything goes down, right?
Absolutely.
Plenty of fish.
Plenty of fish,
plenty of papayas and mangoes.
Oh, yeah.
There's not that many people. That's a fact of life.
Yep.
Okay. Secondly is Project Starman.
And, of course, it's isolated from large cities that might overrun something on the mainland.
That's right. Now, when I say the Hawaiian Islands are safe, I don't mean to say the Honolulu is safe. Oahu is a very densely populated island, so they might as well be a suburb of L.A. in terms of Mad Max scenario. Population density is an important factor, if you know what I mean. That is why isolated communities are very survivable, even though it may appear that they don't have the kinds of resources that I have here. For instance, in one night, I, as a diver, could feed an entire village with food in a night dive with a light and a spear.
Sure.
So it's easy to eat here, for instance. But there's another reason why we're here, and that's Project Starman. Where these other areas are that we used to call sanctuaries, we have tried to teach our students to use technical remote viewing
to figure it out
for themselves.
Sure.
Based upon their own personalities and desires.
All right, we'll hit Starman at the bottom of the hour. There's one thing I really want to ask you about. This is a dangerous question, and you may not have an answer or want to answer it, or you may want to look into it. I've had a whole bunch of people lately looking into NEXRAD radar anomalies. Now, this NEXRAD radar appears to be showing it's showing a really, when it looks at precipitation like snow or rain or something like that, it appears to be illuminating energy bursts that are quite specific, Ed. I don't know if you've had a chance to look into them or not. Some people think it might relate in some way to weather control. Other people think that it's just some kind of scalar weapon technology being tested or used for whatever purpose, but this NEXRAD radar appears to be illuminating the use of whatever this is, and we don't know a whole lot more about it than that, except that it's scaring the hell out of a lot of people. One, really well-respected scientist, if he were to comment on it, has squarely told myself and Richard Hoagland that he would be killed. He'd be dead. Is this something that you have either knowledge of, looked into, or will look into?
Well, we'd be willing to look at anything, but what is the geographical location of these energy sources, these energy bursts? Has that been ascertained?
In many locations, from North Carolina to southern Texas to simply locations where NEXRAD has looked at an area of precipitation, and instead of the usual precipitation pattern that's seen, you can see what seems to be a ring of energy impacting and literally kind of like a rock in a pond with a wave shattering out from it. And this is simply getting painted by the radar in the precipitation, if you follow me.
Yes, to a certain degree. Is the ring, does it propagate, does the wave propagate laterally?
Outward from a center point, like a circle.
So it propagates spherically?
Yes, sir.
In terms of radiance?
Yes, sir.
Downward as well as upward?
It's hard for me to judge. I'm not the expert in this, Ed.
Well, this is the way we would target that, Art, and we can, if you'd like. You know that we like to do these kinds of things to break up the monotony, especially since we're getting out of the doom and gloom business, because
right.
We are, and I mean that. You know, the jig's up, and let's go on to other things here. But these are fun things for us to do, and I'll tell you what we need. What I need in terms of targeting material, I need a specific event, either a radar photograph.
Oh, I can do great things for you. If you go to Richard Hoagland's site, theenterprisemission.com, there are many photographs of this NEXRAD radar.
Okay, well that makes life really easy for us, because now we know, instead of talking about something, we have a photograph, number one, we can determine whether a photograph is contrived or not, and if it's not, we can go to the source of the target, which is whatever produced that particular array or pattern.
Oh, these are definitely not contrived. These are real photographs. Nobody argues that. They're on, official sites. Well,
you know that in my business, we don't assume anything.
True.
So I'm not, of course, I would not denigrate anybody's, I'm not questioning that they're not veridical. I'm just saying that I can't afford to do that in my business. So I assume that you're correct, but we have to double check too to see if the photographs are contrived. Because we've been throwing all kinds of tests, both as a military team and as remote viewers over the years. You know what I mean?
Well, I would like you to take a look at this if you'd be willing, Ed.
We certainly would, and we'll do that. So I'll take a look at that for you.
And I think the other thing that I would like you to look at, if you wouldn't mind, is these now many reports I have from pilots of what appear to be radiation burns. Now, X-rays, I can see at altitude during a solar storm, you might be bombarded with X-rays, but nothing that would burn your skin. And
that sounds like high-power microwaves.
Yeah, it really does.
That kind of burn through a fuselage could be produced by high-power microwaves.
All right.
I mean, now, to a certain degree, a fuselage, of course, would turn that into electrical energy once you hit metal with a microwave.
Right.
You get an electric current, but still some of it penetrates the cabin. That sounds, in that case, like HPM.
All right. I'd appreciate it if you'd look into that one. There may be some surprises awaiting you there. All right, listen, we're going to pause, and when we come back, we're going to talk about Project Starman. So don't go away. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Sci-Tech's Major Ed Dames, who is going to tell us about Project Starman. This is something we've been sort of hearing about for, I think, about a year and a half, Ed. I think a year and a half ago was when you first mentioned Project Starman, and early into the whole thing you said, you can't talk about it yet. And then you opened up a little bit on Starman, and I recall you saying that it was a project for contact.
Correct.
Where do we go from there?
Well, I've gone quite a ways from there. This was my own personal project. It has been for quite a while. The company's responsibility is to train the public in remote viewing. But this, Project Starman, is my own personal project. And it has its roots about, 15 years ago, actually 10 years ago now, when I led a team of very prominent scientists into the deserts of New Mexico to study the UFO phenomenon. And that is really where Starman had its start. We failed as a team. We only got spurious. The reason that we went to a certain area in northern New Mexico was because of continued sightings of anomalous things in the sky, UFOs. But they were very, very frequent. So I led a team of very prominent scientists. In the future, I'll introduce you to one. And we went there armed with the best equipment and the best detection and measurement devices that you could possibly imagine. And we failed. We failed to be able to really get a handle on what we were measuring. But those days are gone. And SciTech has continued that particular project to attempt to discern, not only discern what we are dealing with, but to contact it. And that's what Project Starman is all about. But I want to just diverge for a moment and talk about one other thing that was a spin-off of my company's research in the Starman, if I may.
Sure. Because
it is also revolutionary. Do you remember, I guess about 2 or 3 years ago, and it seemed like a passing fad, or a phenomenon of interest in the UFO community and in cryptozoology. And that was the rods. You remember the rods?
Of course, Jose Escamilla
and others. And it took a whole lot of courage to stand up there with a straight face with these photographs and say, this is a new form of biological life form on Earth.
I agree with you. And I've had them on at least 3 times.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes.
I didn't know. I wondered if you did a program on this or not.
Yes, 3 of them.
Well, I saw a picture on the internet of these things, and I thought, man, if you're going to pull a hoax, at least do a sophisticated job. This is really hokey. And that's what I thought. But I looked at these things, I said, wow, wouldn't it be something if a whole new life form had just passed us by and it looked like this?
Right.
And I thought, nah, and I never looked at it. Well, serendipitously, these things popped in at our research site in the field.
What?
And it turns out that they really do exist, and they really are life forms that have completely passed biology by. In fact, they represent a whole new branch, a whole new kingdom in the tree of life, plants, animals, and these, and I coined the name Aeolium.
Aeolium?
Aeolium, from the Greek god's name Aeolus, who was the Greek god of winds. These things are real, and they really are living things. Where they came from, whether or not they've always been here, I do not know. What part they play in the ecology of the planet, I don't know that either. They appear to have different species. They appear not to be more intelligent than either an insect or somewhere between an insect and a bird, but they are real, Art.
I think they're real too, and he's able to document what appears to be intelligent movement. Now, we don't really see these things, but at certain camera speeds and shutter speeds, you see them.
Well,
you
we
can
know how
record them. You can actually record them.
Well, what we've done at SciTech, we've just, again, this was purely by accident, purely serendipitous. It was an adjunct to our Starman studies. We now know how to attract them like moths to a flame, and that's nice because we can spend more time studying them, which is not my primary purpose. I mean, I did not want to do this, but I think it's pretty important in terms of biology. And
how do you attract them?
That's a trade secret right now. But I just, your great-great-grandfather's great-great-grandfather thought the world was flat. And there's a lot of things happening. That was only, 8 generations ago. And a lot of things are going on here now that would have been as inconceivable as electricity to that generation. And this is one of them, I think. This whole new life form has passed us by because our eyes cannot see that particular spectrum very clearly, nor can we process information that rapidly. We're bandwidth limited. So we need instruments, Art, like the microscope, like the telescope, and like other things. Instruments become really important and if we don't design them correctly, we may miss entire life forms. The idea that Ray Bradbury had when he wrote the book Martian Chronicles about building an entire city on top of people who you can't see and having them try to communicate with you. That may be very real. So when we go out to the stars, if we ever make it that far, we need to take instruments that are designed and engineered to look for possibly life forms like this that we'll now begin to study.
Well, Jose Escamilla will get a great boost from what you have said.
Well,
he's a remarkable guy. It's really gutsy, as you point out.
It takes a lot of guts to do something like that because, I'm sure that I was not the only one that had a reaction like this. And yet, I thought, wow, wouldn't it be neat? And it is.
It is.
Real.
All right, back to Starman now.
Okay. All right.
We really want to get it in this remaining 15 minutes of this hour, if we can.
Okay, let's go. SETI, in terms of radio SETI, turns out it has it backwards. We need to establish contact first and then communications. And that, to make a long story short, we've hit pay dirt in Project Starman. All of these things, these anomalous things that we call UFOs, that we can't understand, that flit around, it turns out are projections by many different cultures in a federation who do not explore other worlds, at least one window of evolution from, let's say, 1,000 years ahead of us or 100 years ahead of us to 100,000 years ahead of us. Those worlds use a set technology that's standardized to explore the universe. And it's not spaceships traveling from one star to another, light years away. It's a technology which is fascinating. They can project a tool, an opening, a time-space opening to a world that is distant. And one time on your show I mentioned that I told you that the Billy Meyer UFO cases were entirely fabricated, but that the Carlos Diaz so-called plasma ship was a real thing. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
In Mexico.
Oh, yes.
It turns out it looks like this plasma ball that is flitting back and forth in this man's backyard. That happens to be a tool that is essentially a window, an opening through time-space by another race in a distant world. That particular one is a culture of creatures that look like upright newts.
Upright newts?
On a gas giant planet, a planet that we could not survive at. And yet the technology that they use to project this particular tool, this window to explore other worlds, is the same as other worlds exploring their world. It's standardized. It's a technology that's very advanced. They can use it to peer into our world, to look around like you would, let's say, a laser introscopy where you stick a device in a car engine or inside a human being and look around for a tumor.
Yes.
They can poke that through time-space to a world of their choosing. And this is standard technology. They can see us, Art, but we can't discern them very readily. And that's the trick, and that is what we found at Project Starman. SciTech had identified a place that other civilizations were very attracted to here in the Hawaiian Islands, very attracted to. And we knew that in fact, we used a lot of the profits from tape sales to buy equipment to set up after having done the remote viewing to learn how to attract the attention of these other races. We did attract their attention, but we can't see them like they see us. And that is the discovery. We need to illuminate them with the proper energy. We need to shine a flashlight of a certain spectra on them, and when we do, we can see them also. And when we do that, that's when communication can begin. So, for instance, at a certain location in the field that we know they come to, it's about 10 kilometers away from where we have originally set up now. They're there, and we have to illuminate them. And what we plan to do is to do things like take a diorama of the local universe, let's say our solar system and the neighboring bright stars, and allow them to point out where they are from, which direction, which system. Those kinds of things. Of course, if they have the technology to do what they're doing, they probably will come up with a better way to communicate. But this is a first step, and it's a very important one. Because this is a reflection, it's a projection, and we need to provide the screen. And these kinds of screens, a little platform essentially, in fact, the way it looks in the field, and we will have scientists here in about 6 months.
Yes, sir.
The way it looks is on the Star Trek TV series where you have this teleportation room.
Right.
It's a platform like that is illuminated by a certain multiplexed frequency of energy. And when these things pop into that, then you can see a form. And the form, they can manipulate galactic distances away, many parsecs in some cases. They can manipulate this and move from one place to another within this platform. And that's how communications can be started. Now, we're going to have to call some, I am not a physicist, I'm not a mathematician, and I'm not a cryptologist. We'll have to call some brainy people in to be able to establish that, because we're dealing with very brainy races, and this is where my level of expertise drops off. I'll have to back away to allow the real scientists to establish communications with something that it will always be there. But these other races will inform the others in the Federation that we have finally mastered a way to see them. We've finally figured it out. So we should get a lot of visitors. The day may even come someday when we have this technology and can do the same thing. But that's probably beyond my watch. But that's what we're dealing with here. So in about 6 months, one of the team members, one of these prominent scientists that I had in the field 10 years ago, I will invite back along with other astrophysicists, possibly even members of the U.S. Air Force. And so we don't blindside the Department of Defense on this, and we'll make this public.
Wow.
That's what we're dealing with.
No small matter.
Not at all. Not at all. And where we go from here is anybody's guess. So when all these terrible, it's ironic that at a time when the environment is crashing, when diseases are spreading, and all of these biblical, prophetic, terrible events are happening, we have this wonderful thing happening again. 3 or 4 years ago, in fact, it was longer than that, my company predicted that we would have contact of some type, but it would come at a time when Earth is going through these terrible throes. I don't know why that is.
Okay, I don't want to overtask you, but there is one other really wild thing that's going on right now that I would love to have you take a look at.
Okay.
I don't know if you've caught any of the shows, Ed, but there's something going on with contrails, jet contrails. I've heard some things about it. I don't think we're going to have time to look at it, but I will give you my hunch about what that is based upon my military experience. All right.
Okay?
Sure.
These contrails are patterned. They're crisscrossed and they're X'd and things like that. I heard that they make people, later on, people are becoming sick over populated areas.
That's right.
I don't know if that's true or psychosomatic or what. Maybe. But I do know, from my experience, what that might be. You're familiar with LIDARs and how LIDARs are used to sense, for instance, in weather detection, every city has a LIDAR, right?
Actually, I'm not. What is it?
Okay, LiDAR is light detection and ranging. Instead of using radar, light is used. A laser beam is shined out on toward the horizon or up in the air. For instance, in weather use, it's a form of remote sensing.
Gotcha.
My business is remote viewing. This is remote sensing. It measures the water vapor content in the air and other things, too. We used it in the Department of Defense to look for poisonous gases in the air, nerve agents, things like that, or microorganisms or viruses or things that don't belong in the air, large quantities that may tip us off to a biological attack. Okay? But in order to use something like that, a LiDAR, you have to calibrate it. So, for instance, if you had a battlefield laser, a good thing to do would be to put a mirror on the moon, and that way you could calibrate your laser every night. I won't say any more about that. But in the case of a LiDAR that's used to detect whether or not there's something in an aerosol that you may not like to have on your terrain, you need to calibrate it. So you need to put something in the air that's a known. Of so many angstroms long, so many angstroms wide, and you need to put a whole lot of it in the air at a certain altitude.
So you're saying it might be a test?
What I'm suggesting to you is that it's a calibration test for LiDARs on the ground and LiDARs in space that are looking down on Earth, so that we can have satellite detection of a strategic biological or chemical attack on one of our coastlines. That's what I'm suggesting to you, and that's what I'm saying this probably is, especially when it's patterned and especially when it occurs at set altitudes.
But, again, so that everybody's sure, that's a guess at this point. That's not a remote viewing result.
No, I don't think... I think it's going to take us probably... I'd say 5 days of work just to figure out what is causing the patterns in the NexRad on the NexRad radar screen.
That one I really want to know about.
Yeah, and that's 5 days of work, and we're really busy on other things too. So it's going to be a while before we could get around.
That's all right.
And also I teach art every day on the internet.
On the internet, and that's for the people who have the tapes. As we end this hour, let me give out the number for the tapes. And what I recommend to everybody out there is, listen to me closely now. Get module number 1, and that will tell you whether you really want to get into this. It's $49.95, and you can get it by calling one of 2 numbers. 1-888-878-0333. That's 1-888-878-0333, or 1-877-878-1777. That's 1-877-878-1777. $49.95, and trust me, after viewing that, you'll know whether you want to move on or not. If you want the whole ball of wax, it's $249.95, and you will become a remote viewer if you want to. Be sure you know what you want. I'm Art Bell, and this, just before we go to the phones, and I do need to go to the phones, Ed, to let people ask you questions. We've opened up a lot of material here. This is a kind of an intelligent question by fax. Hey, Art, could it be that Mars was the victim of a massive solar flare? The result, the evaporation of water and the dispersion of its atmosphere. Now, that's exactly what occurred to Mars. A lot of scientists think that it was hit by an asteroid or something of that sort, which grazed the atmosphere. But, you know, this person has a pretty good point. When you consider the atmosphere evaporated, the water dispersed, what do you think, Ed? Is that possible?
I think it's possible. In fact, when you remote view the planet's past, it does appear as if it was a very large body, a comet or a large meteor. It looks like a comet actually grazed the planet and set into motion this a cyclic wave that started. It left a hole in the atmosphere, grabbed some atmosphere, the gravitational pull of this perhaps comet, leaving a hole, and it started this motion where the atmosphere split and the pressure waves began to travel around the planet and then come back in a wave type of a motion. And each time that it came back upon itself, it pushed more of the atmosphere out into space. That's what it appears to us as lay people. We're professional remote viewers, but in terms of understanding science, we're still lay people. Mm-hmm. And it looks like something like that happened. In fact, we don't have the whole story. We've never really studied it. Because of the utility value of it wasn't there.
And nevertheless...
And I had a question. You gave us a little bit of insight on UFO sightings being a window for other civilizations to look in on us. Have you ever remote viewed the situation of abductees and abductions and such?
Uh-huh.
Yes, many times over many years. Most of those abductions, most of the reported abductions, are not what we are talking about tonight in terms of Project Starman. Okay. They appear to be more esoteric in nature. For instance, most abductees that we remote view, they report being physically somewhere else or in a machine, and yet when they are remote viewed by a team of professionals, we find that during the time that they reported the event, they're lying down in bed in a catatonic state and or asleep, but their minds are on this magical mystery tour. So there's actually something going on. Something is manipulating their mind, their brain, but not their bodies. And that is the typical abduction experience in terms of our expertise.
Okay, so you think possibly that entities are forcing, say, an out-of-body experience?
Something like that. All I know is that I don't understand it. As opposed to this other Starman site where we're about to have an intelligent exchange via these windows. This other type of event that has been come to be in the literature to be known as an abduction, we don't understand it. It appears to be almost metaphysical. I see. So, and these windows are strictly for looking, but not necessarily stepping through or coming here. No, they are strictly for looking. They're just windows. This technology that appears to be in use by many civilizations does not lend itself toward rematerialization somewhere. I don't discount that, but maybe instead of being 1,000 years ahead, you have to be 100,000 years ahead to be able to do that. I don't know. I'm very happy with what we found, but it is a communications exchange medium and a remote sensing medium, and not a rematerialization portal.
I see.
Or a teleportation portal.
Do you think we'll learn that ability to look into other realities?
I've discussed this with my vice president in the last couple of days, and that's certainly a goal. I don't know if it'll happen on our watch, but I mean the easiest way to do that would be once we're able to communicate, to exchange information with some of these races, to be able to learn how to use the standardized procedure. And it does involve a technology, by the way. It isn't strictly a mind type of out-of-body experience. There's a technology involved. It is very advanced. Maybe they can give it to us. I mean, what harm would that be?
Well, there wouldn't be any harm at all. It'd answer a lot of questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Art Bell and Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Ed, within the last week, there's been maybe 5 or 6 stories that have broken in on the wires concerning intelligence matters. The Chinese, obviously, Los Alamos. When you look at it, and I don't want to obviously press you for any classified information, obviously, at all, but when you look at it as a civilian right now, and you look at the world situation, how it is, do you believe that the Russians and the Chinese are preparing for something other than amiable ends? And do you think that this information that we're getting, is it necessarily coming from a right-wing side, or is this really good information? And I used to raise my eyebrows when you talked about the next nuclear event coming in Korea, but then the Washington Weekly broke a story that the North Koreans said in their talks, their supposed inspection talks with the United States, saying, you will never see our nuclear weapons. And when I saw that, and then I related it back to what you said, my eyebrow didn't raise anymore. It went down.
I know, I've been hearing a lot of stories about Korea, too.
So basically, Ed, how do you see this world situation? Is Russia and China basically, and North Korea, preparing for war?
The North Koreans are erecting missiles as we speak, and the South Koreans are using verbiage like this. They're considering a preemptive strike. So, it doesn't take much to imagine what's next. My take?
Yes.
The Chinese are the winners. Any way you cut it, the Chinese are they're going to win. The Chinese will be on top. I don't know how long they'll be on top.
Right.
I don't know how long it will take them to be on top, but they stand to win. They're the winners in this game. Think about it.
Can I go out? It's just for real quick. The second part of my question was, when we see this nuclear event and this sun event, which now I'm beginning to be a very true believer in what you're saying, do you see, once again, a figure, let me just put it this way, a human antichrist, however you want to call it, a figure coming on for a short duration of time in here and sort of making everything okay, but really he's a deceiving type of being?
That's really quite a good question, Ed.
Yes, I agree with Revelation per that description. I think that, and think about this. That particular story, Revelation, would not have lasted this long if it didn't contain a lot of truth. It would have been adulterated and many versions passed down. It wouldn't have withstood the test of time. I think it's generally correct, this idea about, and we've remote viewed this and reported on earlier shows about the opening of the sixth and seventh seals. Sixth seal being characterized by increased volcanism. I said that would start in about a month. Well, it's happening. So hold on to your hats now. That at the story, as reported by the biblical prophets and in Revelation, it appears to be generally correct. And there's no reason to discount that the rest of the story isn't accurate either.
I'm curious, Ed, when you tell us things are going to happen, and then a year or two later they begin happening, how does that settle in on you? When you pick up a newspaper and you read headlines about frogs dying, or you pick up a newspaper and you see scientists talking about the sun doing the things you're talking about it doing, does that affect you in some strange way, or do you just sort of go, yep?
I've changed the way it's affected me over the years, but I still feel, even though I think that we've stuck our necks out in a lot of ways. I mean,
Oh, I know.
But I still feel sad. I feel happy for myself, but I feel very guilty. The same way that on a personal level, the same way I did when all my friends were killed in Vietnam. I felt guilty because I was still alive. That's similar to the feeling that I have now that really hits hard. That, hey, I have this wonderful tool. I'm a professional. I can see what's coming down. I can get out of the way. But all of these other people don't have these expertise. And some of these people are the ones that kept me alive. The doctors that repaired my bones when they were broken. The dentist who fixed my teeth. The guy who fixed my car so I could get to work. All those poor guys are out there, and they're not where I am. And so that's what I mean about that feeling. That's the way it makes me feel, Art.
All right.
And nothing you can do about that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames and Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm in Fort Myers, Florida.
Okay.
This is John.
Hi, John.
Ed, are you aware of this object that is supposed to be in close proximity orbit around the sun?
I've heard the report.
Yes.
And that's all.
Could you do us all a magnificent favor and do a remote view of it and find out what it is? Because I believe that it might be...
I need a photo and or a radar image or something that otherwise it becomes what we call in my business a topical search.
All right. Well, there was, Ed, a photograph taken by Soho of this object just before they shut Soho down. Correct, caller?
Yes, and I also believe that it is a remote possibility that it might be Zachariah Sitchin's Nibiru.
Well, Nibiru would be an awful lot bigger, I think, but I don't know what the size of the object is.
I would be interested in looking at it, actually, but it would be very helpful to me. It would save a lot of time if I had imagery.
Let me see what I can do. I'm looking for that one myself. I know that photograph is out there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Major Dames, Mr. Bell, good morning.
Good morning.
This is Patrick from San Diego. Pardon me. I got several points I'd like to get to, and I hope I'll have a chance. And I am a gentleman, at least I like to think I am, but I do want to take your guest to task, since no one ever does seem to do that.
Go for it.
Are you up to the challenge, Major Dames? I would imagine, being a former military man, you're not too thin-skinned.
All right, go ahead. Just go for it.
All right. First of all, in your board of directors, is John B. Alexander one of the members?
Not any longer, but he's still a confidant and an advisor.
I like John Alexander. John Alexander is my friend, so be careful.
For the listener's benefit, he's non-lethal weaponry is his baby.
That's right. That's correct.
You said one of the reasons you undertook remote viewing of Satan was because of children killing children. I suggest the possibility that rather than being possessed or under the influence of Satan, these are instead Manchurian high schoolers or Manchurian junior high schoolers. That may sound far-fetched, but I don't think more far-fetched than the idea of robots swarming under the monuments at Mars, tending to...
Well, no, wait a minute. Slow up for a second. What does all this have to do with John Alexander?
Well, the primary allegation in Alex Constantine's book, Virtual Government, is that Major Dames and SciTech are essentially a front for illegal mind control experimentation, non-lethal weaponry, and electronic harassment.
Oh, Ed, have you been doing that? Have you been doing that, Ed?
Sir?
See, I don't think so.
I have a few other things I'd like to mention.
All right, go.
Regardless of a debate between Major Dames and Alex Constantine, I would certainly at least like to see some of these guests on the show to present a different side of things. Alex Constantine or Walter Boert, author of Operation Mind Control, Jim Keith, John Judge, or how about Barbara Honegger?
Sir. Send me some phone numbers.
Sir, I presented a list of researchers to you in person in October of 1997.
Yeah, but I need contact numbers.
I gave you contact information with those names as well.
Not that I saw.
Well, they were on the list. As another person that would be great as far as remote viewing goes is Barbara Honegger, who resigned from the Reagan Justice Department in 1983. But more to the point of our discussion, she is one of the first people to graduate with a degree, an accredited degree in parapsychology from John F. Kennedy University in Orinda, California.
You're recommending other guests now, but that's fine.
She worked at Stanford Research Institute with Russell Targ and Harold Putoff, and I think she would have a very different take on remote viewing than, say, Major Dames or other guests.
Love to talk to her. Get me some numbers.
Well, as I said, I did present these people to you
but
before.
You didn't present me with numbers.
I gave you contact information. Alex Constantine, you can get a hold of him through Barrel House Publishing in Venice, California.
All right.
His book publisher.
All right. Anything else?
That's about it.
All right. Thank you. Look. It's not as easy as you may think. People say, get hold of this person, get him on the air. Well, I jump through hoops and I call publishers, and it's not always so easy. You can spend an hour on a phone getting transferred all over the place trying to find somebody who published some book through some publisher, a contact number, the agent that handles them. It's not so easy. I'll have anybody on the air, damn it. You ought to know that by now. Anybody. But I do need, when you suggest a long list of people like that, you did not give me numbers, sir. And it's very difficult. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Major Ed Dames and Art Bell.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295. I'm going to have to bleep that out. We don't allow last names on the air. So
I'm sorry.
Let's try it again. You're calling from Ottawa, Canada, and your first name is?
Tony.
Tony. All right, Tony?
I've been listening to your show for several months on and off now.
Yes.
And I've particularly followed, I guess, your concern about this period, which is called the quickening.
Yes, sir.
And I've listened to...
It's not exactly a period. It's a process, but go ahead.
Right. And I've listened to Major Dames' different discussions about, I guess, what would be referred to as a period. biblically, which is referred to as tribulation.
Yes.
And I've wondered if Mr. Dames has ever considered the possibility that if the Earth went through a very difficult period in terms of its atmosphere and atmospheric problems or disturbances and effect on plant or animal life, if it would be necessary for mankind or for people to live in protected environments such as a biosphere.
Okay, he can certainly answer that, and we're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. Comes Ed Dames. Once more, Sci-Tex Major Ed Dames. Ed?
Yeah, I'm here, Art.
Okay. Is there anything that we should get on, that you wanted to get on, that we haven't managed to fit into the program?
I think I should just spend just a moment just to reiterate some of the details on the Starman and how important this area is. It's not just this area. It's the idea that you can attract these things, these windows, and conduct an exchange. It's very much like a 3D virtual display area. Remember the movie Forbidden Planet, where the creature from the id was all of a sudden illuminated and you could see its features?
Oh, yes.
Like that, Art. It's just like that. Only these are diaphanous light forms that are projections of something from parsecs away. Actually, I'm not sure how far away, but we'll find out when they tell us. But it will be a true exchange instead of just us watching some amorphous light flit around the sky.
Well, that'll be something, all right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Yes, sir. Calling from Indianapolis, WIBC land. My name is Bud.
Hi, Bud.
And I really enjoy my speakeasy VCR. I'm blind, and I was wondering if blind people could do remote viewing.
We get that question, I think, every program we do.
Is that right?
Yeah, but it's a good question. Ed, what about that?
They can if someone else holds their hand during stage one, literally holds their hand, because we have to produce an ideogram, which is an autonomic response on a paper, and these ideograms are standard reactions, just like a brain's brainwave, to outside information, to gross patterns of information. There's a standard way that the body moves in response to these, and this pattern needs to be decoded. But before it's decoded, it needs to be produced as a certain...
I'm afraid that I have some seriously negative news for you. My good friend, and I'm sure a person that you know well, of the Enterprise mission, Richard C. Hoagland, has had a very serious, possibly massive heart attack. It occurred Saturday morning, and I've been in communication with all kinds of people since that time. Most recently, his other half, Susan, who works for the United Nations and is presently on her way down to Richard. Richard was stricken Saturday morning with an obvious heart attack, and they called 911 right away. Richard was taken to a local hospital where he is was in very serious critical condition, is on some form of life support. Give you some idea of how serious this is. He was transported earlier today to a Miami critical care heart facility for probable surgery in the next day or two. Now, that's what I've heard. He is weak to the degree that he cannot talk to anybody. I have not spoken with him. I have spoken with those who are with him. And all I know is it is indeed very serious. Now, there are a couple of things I want to note about all of this. Number one, Richard is, let us not imagine him going yet. Richard is 53 years old. He is my age. And while he has led a less than ideal life health-wise, in other words, as you know, he works exceedingly, compulsively long hours. And as you well know, Richard is a serious type A personality. And he probably doesn't eat as well as he should because he's traveling all the time, and so I'm sure it's a lot of fast food. On the other hand, he doesn't carry particularly any extra weight. 53 is a bit early for a serious heart attack of this sort. And he didn't smoke. He doesn't smoke. So this magnitude of heart attack, I think, is quite a surprise, if not certainly a shock. And it is a shock. And as you well know, Richard is my good friend. Has been so for many, many years. Richard occasionally tends to go out on a limb. However, his science has been quite good. Despite all of the attacks against him, the attacks have mostly been of a personal character assassination nature and have been particularly virulent in the last, several weeks. There are certain individuals who have been without mercy attacking Richard Hoagland and engaging in nothing short of character assassination. Those people know who they are. There is a certain other radio program and website that has been carrying this material. The material generated in many cases by people who are self-admitted liars and frauds. And I'm sure this has contributed to what has occurred in Miami. And then so what I would say to those people is shame on you. You know who you are, and the people in the community know who you are. So Richard's condition is critical. He's still in pain. He's throwing up rather constantly. Is very much too weak to talk, and I am led to understand is on some form of life support. Now, there is one other thing to consider, and that is, by the way, I talked to, well, I guess I better hold that. I'm going to refer you back to a letter that I read on the air some time ago. To give you a little bit of background, Richard Hoagland went to Miami, ostensibly not for the Miami Circle. That's something he stumbled into when he was in Miami. But he went to Miami to consult with certain people about the NEXRAD radar images, the weather radar images that appear to show or may show the experimental use of Tesla technology for what purpose we know not. Possibly some suggest weather modification. You'll recall all of that with the turret mountain business, all the rest of it. That's why he went to Miami. Earlier this year, when the turret mountain business began, Richard was consulting with a very well-known scientist, a scientist whose name you would recognize. Were I to give it to you, I will not. Richard received a letter from the scientist that I'm going to in part read to you right now. And I'm going to let you decide for yourself what it may or may not mean. The letter in part from this scientist to Richard says, quote, "It's this simple regarding the NEXRAD business of the radar. If I wish to live for even 48 hours, I can't go into that or other things or go high profile publicly. I won't do anyone any good winding up dead very abruptly. Bluntly, in my estimation, my own life expectancy right now is about June of 1999, if I'm very fortunate, perhaps only May 1st. if certain others here in the rogue U.S. group have their way even sooner. That's it. Nothing anyone can do can prevent or affect that. As an old soldier of, and he gives his age, which I will omit, a few days ago, I accept the inevitable. It doesn't change what I have to try to do and what little time I have left, time for me to do the MacArthur bit and just fade away. Most everyone else may not be very far behind anyway. Nothing you, meaning Richard, or I, or anyone else can do is going to change what's coming down. All the TV shows and radio talk shows and such cannot change one hair's breadth. Only the little nation can avert it. Perhaps I'd give up to a 75% probability, no higher, but would not argue that 50% is more correct. None of the conspiracies, aliens, plots, plans, maneuvering, politics, Clintonistas, rogues, UFOs, researchers, pontificators, intel agencies, armed forces, scientific community, and so forth, have any further effect on any of this. It's really simple. We have a pending strategic strike, unparalleled in all history, now rapidly coming upon us. It's in place and counting down, and the initial preparation period has already begun. At this point, there are only two players in the game, and the U.S. is not either of them. Nothing the entire U.S. can do can change anything at this point, period. Then I'm going to skip down to what is relevant specifically in terms of a warning to Richard. This unnamed scientist goes on, I strongly advise you, meaning Richard, to consider also pulling in your own horns on this. In my opinion, the ramparts have already been overrun, and there's no longer any point to in trying to defend them. You, too, will not be doing anyone any good if you wind up suddenly dead or meet with a suicide on the way to the supermarket or something. You may recall my reading of that letter. And I am not saying that I believe that Richard was, that an attempt has been made on Richard's life. I'm not saying that because I don't know that to be true. What I do know is that this scientist was scared to death. And Richard was well aware of the fact that he was dabbling in areas that this well-respected scientist considered dangerous to his personal health. So you can kind of pile that onto the news of Richard Hoagland lying in critical condition tonight in a facility with pending surgery. And I don't have more details for you than that at the moment, but that I do know. And I will get you information as I get it. It probably will occur hour by hour. I'll let you know what I find as I find it, but I neither endorse nor dismiss the possibility that this scientist may be correct. I simply submit it for your consideration as I do, everything else. I will tell you this, that one or more than one of Richard's close friends, who are very well aware of all this, had an opportunity to come on the air and declined to do so for reasons of their own personal safety. I would also remind you that there have been others who have recently met with a tragic fate shortly after discussing this technology, this Tesla technology, this scalar Tesla technology as it applies to what's been seen in these images, these radar images. And my attitude is, Richard is a good friend of mine, number one. Number two, I'm tired of the people who have probably contributed to this, if it is not even more sinister, as I just described, with vitriolic, unrelenting character assassination attacks. You know who you are, and I think most of the audience knows who it is. And these attacks have been carried for some mysterious reason by another website and radio program, a reason that I simply cannot discern. Once a person has admitted to being a fraud and a liar, it's unimaginable to me that a responsible broadcaster would continue to give space or airtime to this kind of dribble. There are plenty of areas of scientific disagreement one could have with Richard Hoagland. But the unrelenting personal attacks, I think, are... what's the right word? I think they're disgraceful. And I think they have contributed to this. And I think the people involved should be damned well ashamed for themselves, of themselves. So now you know what I know. You know all I know. If I get any more on all of this, I will be sure and tell you right away. What you might do, and what I would hope you would do, is to do what we have done before when it was really important to do so, and that is to pray. You can use that word, pray, concentrate on surrounding Richard Hoagland with white light. Pray for him. It's not a bad word. Depending on your belief system, I would strongly advise this would be a good time for all of you to take a moment out and to consider the man you've heard on this program for years and years now, and to concentrate on his healing. Because believe me, he needs it. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. We will be right back. Our nation has only one UFO or ufologist who lobbies in Washington, D.C. His name is Stephen Bassett, and I'm sorry to have to bring him on under these conditions, but from Washington, D.C. Here is Stephen Bassett. Stephen, welcome to the program.
Yes, Art. I'm a little taken aback. I'm going to assume that the information you've been provided is correct and that this isn't some absolute grotesque sick joke.
No, it's correct.
I am disturbed by so many things here that I'm sure we don't have enough time, but let me just hit the highlights. First of all, it troubles me greatly that any individual who has worked with Dick Hoagland or is an associate of his, either just as a friend or as a colleague, should in any way fear to come on your program and talk about him or talk about the issues that he has raised for fear for themselves. If that is true, then it is indicative of anything else I can possibly imagine why this issue must be brought to a head politically and resolved, because clearly there was a cancer growing somewhere within our government.
Mm-hmm.
I am not afraid of whoever these individuals are that were referred to by this other gentleman, and I believe there are other people who are not afraid, and that if they're going to take these measures, then let them do so, and they will answer to history. But anyone who is going to, let me put it this way, anyone who makes threats to people in the field, as far as I'm concerned, can just go to hell. Now, having said that, there's something else here that I'm going to talk about, and that's this. For the last 4 months, I watched Dick Hoagland get the living bejesus kicked out of him.
Yeah, I know.
By just about everybody and their dog. And I haven't said much. I think that this is an appropriate time to say something. First of all, known Dick for 3 years, and I've spent hundreds of hours talking to him. And I know his faults and I know his strengths, but I know one thing, that nobody that I have ever dealt with in this field works harder and more intensely than he has.
And to be honest, one has to imagine that could have been his downfall. I mean, he just works tirelessly. He will work sometimes for days on end and then crash for 8 hours and get up and work days more.
Certainly at this point, all we have is that a man has had a heart attack or works very hard, and that's all that really should be said. But I think it's not inappropriate to add that at the time that he has continued to work the level that he does, which is 80 hours a week or more, he has had people descending upon him, accusing him of everything under the sun, attacking him from every single direction. And I want to tell you something else. It's worse than that. I've had a number of people approach me in the last 3 months who have made it quite clear to me that if I don't sever my relationship with Dick Hoagland, that I'm not going to get to work with them, or I'm not going to get to do this, or I'm not going to get that opportunity, or I'm never going to have an effect on the field. And I've had the same thing said to me regarding other people I work with. And, the other day I sat down and said, if I sent out a list to all the people in the field and said, please come back with only those people that are acceptable to you to work with, that when all those lists were collected and the names were crossed off, there'd be nobody left to work with. There is a mean, nasty streak that's developed through this field and through the Internet and through the list that is completely out of hand.
There is an orchestrated campaign, I believe, Stephen, nothing short of an orchestrated campaign of character assassination.
Well, I think there's an orchestration there, but there's also just an evolving process in which the field has matured, and there's a lot of people who've decided that they have the information and they have the perspective and the credentials and they have the right posture, and there are a lot of other people that don't, and they need to disassociate themselves from it. And therefore they need to start culling the wheat from the chaff. And so they go on the attack to try to somehow establish a purified position that will then permit the mainstream to accept us, or at least accept that elite group. And what they've done is they've turned into the very people that have been standing at the door of this information for 50 years. They have become, in a sense, their adversaries. And what is upsetting about this is that the people, what this movement is about, and what the truth is about, and what it concerns is not a group of elite ufologists or a group of special people that have this knowledge. It is about the citizens of the United States and the citizens of Mexico and Canada and Brazil and China.
Whether our Constitution and Bill of Rights really means what's written there or not.
It is the citizens of these countries, many of which are completely out of the loop, who have no knowledge of this, who are going to be blindsided by this transition, that whether we like it or not, the people that have spent years at this are, in a sense, a position of responsibility and are representing these people's interests, since nobody else will. And it is about them that this is what this is about. And this endless battle and catfighting and nonsense that goes on amongst the ufologists and the close-end followers is become incestuous and debilitating, and completely forgets that we have a certain responsibility, whether we like it or not, to represent the larger interests of the greater citizenry. And those people are completely out of the loop. And this movement has been a citizen movement from the beginning. It has involved a lot of different kinds of people, some with degrees and some without. And as far as I can tell, and I've studied it pretty well, there are no perfect people in this field. And if I find one, I'll be the first to call you up and tell you who it is.
Yeah.
And there is just no justification for this endless attack, to the extent, of course, that if it is orchestrated as a strategic plan in some degree by members of the government, well, then you could just call it a good ploy in the game.
Well, that is what I believe. In other words, wherever it comes from, Stephen, I see an absolute agenda here. And what I see is, in other words, look, in our field, we have a lot of people out on a limb with McLean, like Richard. Richard's always out on a limb, and that's fine. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, or at least extraordinary debate. And when people come along and debate Richard on his scientific beliefs or findings, then I have no problem with it at all. But that is not what's been going on, Stephen. What's been going on are lies, intentional deceit, and straight-out character assassination. That's what's been going on. And that's not debating the facts. That's not forwarding the field at all.
Let me make another point. And that is that I have sort of an unusual position. I'm not a ufologist. I'm not a researcher, rather. I don't have a body of research that I pursue and I have to defend against all attackers. I'm in the politics. I'm in a representative activist-type position, and I've tried to work with everybody that I could. And I have talked with a lot of people in this field, a lot of people that are considered highly controversial, as well as some of the more established hirsute types. And one of the most interesting things that I have learned in the 3 years, after talking with a lot of these people and getting to know them at a reasonable level and understand some of their background, is that the level of misunderstanding that exists in this field between members of the field, in other words, this person thinks that of somebody else, thinks that happened, they did this, they did that, they said this, is unbelievable. In other words, 90% of most of the acrimony that goes on and most of the attacks occurs on the basis of sheer misunderstanding, and maybe 10% of it is actually grounded in some sort of fundamental fact that could be established and to create a basis for a beef. The rest is nothing more than misunderstanding. It's like a giant rumor machine and people acting on it without circumspection. And it's extremely troubling to me, because the fact is that when you add all of that acrimony and attacks and personal stuff on top of the pressure that this field generates, and let me tell you, it generates a lot of pressure. When you work 60 and 70 hours a week and you have no money and you cannot take care of your own personal needs, when you can't have family relationships, when you pursue this with very little reward up against a foe that is extremely entrenched, very well financed, and very determined, and then you're attacked by people in the field mercifully, it adds to the pressure. And it brings people down. And I've got people that I work with that are in the middle of divorces. I've got people that are failing health. I've got people that are having heart attacks. And a lot of this is self-inflicted within the field. And it's just got to stop. If the people in this country, the tens of millions of people in this country that are watching these videos on television and TLC and NBC and are getting informed to this subject, hundreds and hundreds of hours, they're starting to come to understand that, by God, something is going on here, and it's going to affect us. It's going to affect us in a powerful way. If these people would step forward collectively and say to this field, would you please grow up and would you stop this nonsense? You are the people with the knowledge. You are the people that have done the research. We need you to represent us. We need you to speak to the government, and we need you to stop picking on each other and get with it. If they would do that, it's possible that the people in the field would turn away from each other and toward the subject itself and get the job done, get disclosure out of the way, so we can get on with policy and science instead of myth and subversion and lies and deceit.
And that's exactly what's been occurring. And again, if it had been on topic, in other words, if the debate had been on technical issues, whether the issue would be NEXRAD radar or the Miami Circle or whatever else Richard happened to be in the middle of, if it had been on those issues specifically, fine, the field has got to allow for that kind of internal debate.
No problem.
These vitriolic, personal attacks designed to simply damage and leave scorched earth, as you point out, it has got to stop, and the people involved damn well ought to be very ashamed of themselves, as far as I'm concerned.
And it's somewhat exacerbated by the fact that some of the elite people in the field don't even feel they want to sully themselves by addressing this. In other words, they want to try to stand apart and let us all beat ourselves up, or they can hold that high ground, when of course there is no high ground. All right, this is a citizen populist effort. The reason it is because there are no universities that will participate. There are no government agencies, the military, nor intelligence. There are no institutions at all, including the media in an appropriate fashion, that will step in and support it. So therefore it is populist by nature, and therefore it is a little ragged, and it's rough around the edges. But I don't know of anybody in this field, certainly nobody that I would associate with, that don't have some fundamental traits. Namely, they want disclosure, they want the truth, they're willing to work hard for it, and they're willing to do it with the resources that they have, the degrees, the intelligence, the skills. And they make mistakes, and they approach it from different parameters. But with respect to Hoagland, the one thing that always impressed me about him is that he was brutally frank. He never, ever hedged.
Always.
If he thought something was this way, he called it that way. He was extremely aggressive in his thinking, and he was extremely intense. And rather than think of Dick as an asset in the sense that Dick is going to go pursue things and look at things and put things together and maybe go places you would never go, and then garnish from that something of value and use that, instead of treating him as an individual that takes that aggressive approach, he had to be destroyed. He had to be brought down because he's corrupting the field. The one thing I learned when I spent some time at Peer, which is the group that John Mack, and I was there when the Nova special came out. I was there when when some of the attacks that he was under really intensified.
Right.
Is that the one thing I learned is this is not a fair game. It is a rigged game with an unbalanced playing field. There aren't enough degrees. There is no college you can graduate from. There are no prizes, Pulitzers, Nobels. There is not enough accolades that you could ever accrue that would give you full credibility in the eyes of the mainstream. The moment you are in this field, you are fundamentally ghettoized. They have created an intellectual pogrom around this, and we are all the same. And then they stand on the walls of this ghetto, and they look down upon us and watch us fight among ourselves and say, boy, have we done a great job. John Mack had every credential you could possibly have, and they tried to destroy him. And so for us to attack each other over our approaches or our mistakes or some chink in our positions is wasteful, it's destructive, and it completely plays into the hands of those people in the government that are determined to keep the public out of this issue until they are ready, whenever that is, God knows when. And until we decide to put an end to this, this is going to go on. There's going to be more heart attacks, more divorces, more illnesses, more cancers, more God knows what. And it's simply ridiculous.
Stephen,
I'm sorry to get upset, Art, but I really am upset about this. I guess Dick's illness has just brought it to a head, but believe me, Dick isn't the first person to suffer in this way. There's going to be more, and I just had to speak my mind on it.
I appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
You take care. That's Stephen Bassett, our nation's only UFO lobbyist in Washington, D.C. And, you know, I've been very close to Richard now for years as a friend. And Richard, like everybody, has some Achilles heels. He's in some ways has never grown up. He's always kind of childlike. His excitement has always been kind of childlike and, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, a great asset. But, of course, that kind of personality leads sometimes to jumping into things that you ought not jump into. Getting into something too soon, or even being wrong. And he's been wrong, and he's admitted he's been wrong before. However, he's also been down a lot of very good roads, the most recent one, the Miami Circle, as you well know. And maybe some dangerous roads, to include the images that he was pursuing when he went to Miami. And so I will leave it to you all to decide what has happened to Richard Hoagland. All I can tell you at this hour is he's had a massive heart attack. He is in rather critical condition. He's on some form of life support. And he's facing open heart surgery of some sort. As I get details, I'll get them to you. Coming up at the top of the hour, as you know, I am perhaps a little sketchy on the source of the power. But I have no doubt at all that mass mental concentration, prayer, if you will, does have an effect. The best we can do is try. So if you have an extra moment in your busy schedule, Richard could sure use your good thoughts, your white light, your prayer. Whatever it is you believe, if you send some good thoughts to Miami, it certainly won't hurt. So there you have it. Coming up in a moment, we're going to change gears because we have no further information at this moment to give you about Richard, other than again to say that those who have been attacking him recently have played a part in this, in my opinion. And those attacks have not been on his work, have not been on his science, but they have been of a vitriolic, personal, tear-em-apart kind of nature that smacks of an absolute agenda, and I think that those who have been doing it and those who have been giving either airtime to it or web space to it really should be ashamed of themselves. Attack the science, if you will, not the man. And those attacks, no doubt, have weighed heavily on him and had some effect on all of this. So there you have it. Any updates, and I'll get them to you immediately. Coming up in a moment, Kevin Ryerson. Commercial interruptus. But you noticed, now it's to the point where I'll begin to make a comment, and I'll look up and I'll notice that I still have one commercial to go and shut my mouth just barely in time. So maybe that's an improvement. I don't know. Kevin Ryerson. Kevin Ryerson. Kevin Ryerson is an acclaimed author, award-winning consultant, expert intuitive, and a trance channel in the tradition of Edgar Cayce and Jane Roberts. He's been lecturing and teaching in the field of parapsychology and spirituality for 27 years. He's been a guest on national TV shows, including Oprah, Good Morning America, author of the landmark book, Spirit Communication, The Soul's Path, Shirley MacLaine's best-selling books, Out on a Limb, Dancing in the Light, and It's All in the Playing, highlighted Kevin's intuitive abilities. You'll recall he's a good friend of Shirley's. He was both a consultant and talent in the ABC TV miniseries Out on a Limb. His abilities are also featured in the 10th Insight, Holding the Vision, Experiential Guide by James Redfield and Carol Adrian. The Channeling Zone by Michael Brown, Your Sixth Sense by Belle Ruth Napzak, I believe it is, and Time Life's Mysteries of the Unknown. I'm sure I slaughtered a couple of names there. Kevin is well known and respected for his balanced and integrated world view. He maintains a consulting practice in San Rafael, California, and I think right now he's off in what was Richard Hoagland territory, New Mexico. Welcome to the program, Kevin.
Thank you.
Great to have you. You are pretty good friends with Shirley MacLaine, are you not?
Yes, I like to think I have that honor, yes.
Just before we get into what you're doing, what is Shirley doing? It's been a long time since I've heard anything at all about Shirley MacLaine, and maybe you'd be the right guy to update me.
Oh, I think I can do it rather succinctly. Shirley continues to have her long-range interests in many of the subject materials you explore here on the program. In particular, she continues to have a very refined interest in extraterrestrial intelligence.
Really?
Yes, most definitely.
I know that, Kevin, she was really big on OBEs for a while. Really, really big on OBEs. And I've done a lot of research into OBEs, and I did it for a long time, and then suddenly, without warning, I had one myself.
Fascinating.
The damnedest thing in the world. And so it would be very interesting one day, I think, to be able to speak with her, and I bet you'd be the guy who could arrange it.
You know what? I can certainly pass it on to her. You guys can sit around sort of like swap out-of-body experience stories.
It really is true. It really is true. And I must say, when I first heard about her and Out on a Limb, I was skeptical. Even during the times I was researching OBEs, I was skeptical. And I remained skeptical up until the moment that it happened to me in Paris. And then, of course, a skeptic becomes an experiencer.
I think there's a new category we need. Rather than believer or skeptic, we need that term experiencer.
That's right.
Added to the catalog of terms. Absolutely.
Well, all right. You consider yourself an intuitive, and I frequently interview, and not long ago interviewed Gordon Michael Scallion and many others, and Gordon uses the same word, intuitive. Why do you use that word?
Because the word intuitive means, according to Webster, direct knowing. It means direct knowing that bypasses the conscious, rational, critical process. And when people come to intuitives, they've almost exhausted all of the logical or rational means to approach their problem solving. So when they work with an intuitive, we're by no means the method of last result, but it's a proven method used in everything from science to everyday decision making in order to make breakthroughs into the human condition.
Again, you said it's a knowing, which would seem to me to be kind of like saying an experiencer. In other words, what you know as an intuitive is not something you're guessing at. It's something you have hard information about from some other level.
Yes, it is. To the point where I myself have worked with persons such as Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove, who you had on the program, I believe, a little while back, discussing the Ted Owens phenomena.
That's correct.
I've also worked with Dr. William Kautz, who was a senior staff research scientist at SRI, one of our largest think tanks. And he had put together the method that was referred to as intuitive consensus. And he would actually work with ongoing research at SRI in areas such as earthquake triggering mechanisms, areas such as exploring at the time what AIDS was. We were able to develop, before science had been able to confirm it experimentally, that AIDS indeed was a retrovirus, that it was the protein coding that altered and not its interior DNA, as well as even a methodology for treatment that is now standard in the field in a form of a trifold antiviral approach because of the nature of the ability of the AIDS virus to adapt. So intuition and the intuitive consensus can be applied in a very, very practical manner for generating knowledge or generating information that is then in turn verifiable by the more standard means of science.
Kevin, I want to ask you a general question. Going back to Nostradamus or Edgar Cayce or Jane Roberts or yourself or Gordon Michael Scallion or Daniel Brinkley or other intuitives, is there any common thread that one might explore that you see between all of these intuitives? Is there any common thing that seems to be true of most intuitives? Is there anything that links them together?
Well, I would suggest that the common denominators with intuitives is, for instance, Michael Brown as a social scientist, examined the whole phenomena of channeling in his book called The Channeling Zone. And what he noticed as the common threads were that, one, all the intuitives, even though they came from diverse cultural backgrounds, different varying levels of education, all seem to present a continuity of a very similar worldview, if you will, sort of a common direction that humanity is taking. And above all else, even though the intuitives may have had very broad demographic backgrounds, they all seem to have a very intense desire to sort of improve the human condition through the use of their gifts, in particular when their gifts were at their peak ability.
Daniel Brinkley is an interesting case because I know Dan personally. I should tell you, you talk about channeling, and perhaps we ought to have a little conversation about that. I have always, Kevin, been shy of channelers, and the reason that I've been shy of them is that, not that I think all channeling is bunk, which is what some people conclude from my comments, but I've always felt that it simply allows too much room for fraud. It seems like anybody, I could apparently sink into a trance right now and become Borg from the 17th century with important information for modern-day Earth. And so I've always been just cautious about channeling because of that very reason, simply too much room for fraudulent activity. But on the other hand, I don't reject channeling totally either. So do you have any comments?
Well, I don't even feel I have to wax defensive. Some of the arguments are perfectly legitimate, and that's why I would point out, for instance, that Dr. Kautz had developed what he called the intuitive consensus method, where he might confer with yours truly and a number of other very gifted people, and he felt that where we had consensus, with our intuitive insights, no matter what the vehicle, whether it was channeling or conscious clairvoyance or even novel uses of phenomena such as remote viewing.
Sure.
Or, quite frankly, Art, even astral projection.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Whereby he felt that where we were in consensus was where the high level of the information was. Now, there's other elements that go into it. For instance, Edgar Cayce is probably the best documented psychic of the 20th century, and just the sincerity of his personality and the longevity of his particular career brings sort of impeccability to him, and he's in many ways, he's like the litmus test for many intuitives. Other intuitives do work where they try to, for instance, they document the historical backgrounds of the entities that speak through, which then have implication for survival in the afterlife, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that like any good consumerism, it's those intuitives who try to, if you will, create a community of individuals and then associate themselves with some of the more credible folks in the field, whether it's Dr. Couts or the ARE. Those are the people who I think you can more or less rely upon, who have put themselves past the litmus test involving the issue of whether it's real or whether it's Memorex.
Real or Memorex. When we look at futurists, in some cases, Casey did that kind of work, or we look at the Gordon Michael Scallion types, or yourself. I, too, I interview this wide range of people, from Ed Dames in remote viewing and many, I guess, just about every other remote viewer. Short of Ingo Swan, I need to get Ingo on. I've talked to everybody else, or whether I'm talking to Gordon, or I'm talking to Danyan, or I'm talking to so many others. Lori Toy is yet another. I could go on and on. I, too, find a commonality in what they believe. Some of them present the information in hard, scary form. Some are a little new agey, and they suggest that, well, yes, there are some big earth changes that are pending and are upon us soon, but that it will be an uplifting spiritual experience for humanity. And they sort of ignore the fact that several millions, if not billions, will not be uplifted at all. They won't be around at all if these earth changes occur. And so there are sort of two approaches to disseminating the information, even though it seems kind of common. What do you have to say? Do you foresee earth changes coming?
Well, I think we're amidst swimmingly right now seeing a great deal of the fulfillment of the Edgar Cayce prophecies. The core prophecy being what I call the Atlantean phenomena, where Cayce was just as a social prophet linked our dependency on technology to this specific period of time where there would be a crisis in the ecology. And if you look at, of course, the issues of global warming, if you look at unusual phenomena like El Nino, if you look at the abuse of different technologies, such as the dependency on things that expose us or make our culture vulnerable to things such as Y2K, that is all very, very much as though that we are souls from Atlantis, once again coping with the issue of our spirituality, our consciousness, and our flat-out dependency on such things as technology.
All right, Kevin, that's a good place to leave it. Hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. My guest is Kevin Ryerson. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. A special Hey, back now to Kevin Ryerson, and Kevin, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Kevin, you sort of got up to a discussion of really Y2K and our technological dependence, and that we were probably, according to many people, in for a bit of a fall. Do you see that as the Y2K looming business at the end of the year?
I'm of the opinion that it's an authentic concern, and
so am I.
And I think in particular in things in the medical industry, communications, and of course anything that's associated with military tie-ins are a concern. Now, fortunately, apparently some of those issues are being addressed. From my own sort of like consensus process, it appeared to be that one of the concerns is not as though that a collapse may occur universally, for instance, but more so that this particular bug may continue for some time past the January 1st deadline when it's supposed to kick in. I have been working with some people on what they feel might be one of the solutions if they can get the man-hours to more or less bring about the programming, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things that probably will be the most sensitive is the grid systems. In other words, the
electric power.
In the city.
Yes.
Exactly.
I have in front of me something entitled Y2K, What Can You Do, or What to Do, from the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. And it's very interesting. They give the background of Y2K, suggest people begin preparations, talk about water storage, food storage, cooking, heating, refuse, medical care, you just mentioned that, banking, communications, transportation, portable generators. I mean, they cover the whole thing. And so there are a lot of credible sources, including the U.S. Senate now, who are beginning to say things like the Americans should begin to take some prudent precautions for Y2K.
I think that's a true key. I think my own approach to it is not only in response to Y2K, but the implications for the human community in general is that it is not a bad thing to necessarily have this type of preparedness for several reasons. One, there have been a number of different disasters that have hit already, which I saw as sort of fulfillment of the Casey prophecy, such as the '89 quake in San Francisco,
right?
The heavy quakes that had occurred in Los Angeles, and even such things as El Nino bringing in, mudslides, et cetera, all of which can cripple any one of the different communities.
Kevin, you mentioned global warming.
Yeah.
There was a story airing on CNN over the weekend about Greenland, and they've been doing about a 10-year study on Greenland, and they are scared to death. The ice is retreating in Greenland at a frightening rate. They have just determined. They checked it about 10 years ago, and then the year after that, and there was a little bit of a decrease, but then they just now checked it again, and the retreat of the ice in Greenland is frightening.
It is, because this in particular goes into the Edgar Casey prophecies, and even were things that Carl Sagan had expressed concern about. So every now and then some of these two camps can come together and form a consensus.
Every now and then.
And the bottom line is that I wish humanity had started acting on it, taking it a lot seriouser, even, for instance, even as Edgar Casey began to speak about it, because we had identified trends in pollution as far as early as the 50s, for instance, when the formal studies on smog began. And one of the keys is that people, for instance, who in Los Angeles were prepared when some of these wildfires hit and when the earthquakes hit, and people in particular, say, of religious values such as the Mormons, with the enormous stores of food and preparedness they had, that when they did go off the grid system, which is a more common phenomenon than we acknowledge,
yes,
they weren't up there in the hills, protecting themselves like some group of survivalists or something. They immediately had the supplies to break out where they could help their neighbors, and they could help cope with crisis that our government is encouraging us to have this kind of preparedness, which is, in my opinion, the more humane approach to this entire process.
I have never, during my lifetime, heard our government officially tell Americans to prepare by storing food or whatever it is they're saying American people should be doing right now. I've never heard that. Now, I'm sure during the war there were such proclamations, but I was born just after the Second World War, so I've never heard that from our government.
It's more localized, quite frankly, in communities that take the brunt of these things all the time. Earthquake preparedness, hurricane preparedness, and they have never developed a national policy, with the exception of FEMA, which unfortunately is more like a paramilitary solution. And this retreat of the ice it's one of the key signs. It really puts such things as Europe, other coastal cities, et cetera, in jeopardy. And when you have things like El Nino, or when you have things like these extraordinary rainfalls where virtually the entire Mississippi River had reversed its course because it couldn't handle the swelling of its tributaries, including the Ohio River, which I'm indigenous to Ohio, was absolutely extraordinary. And once again, as a nation, we're able to recoup, we're able to recover. But I just find it extraordinary that with this kind of unfoldment and these kinds of climate changes, that just community preparedness on a universal standard and universal basis, which we know can be so helpful when nature does become chaotic and we happen to be in the way of it.
Okay, well, that appears to be what's occurring right now. Nature appears to be getting chaotic. The jet stream... I read another little piece yesterday about the jet stream virtually touching the ground. They've had some incredible winds, which can only be accounted for, according to the weather people, by the jet stream virtually touching ground. And that's not all. We've got birds flying north that should be flying south. We've got birds dropping dead. We've got birds with deformities, frogs with deformities. We've got school children down in Australia who are required by law to wear hats because of the amount of ultraviolet radiation, because of the ozone hole. We've got a lot going on with the environment that is not good. I said this on Larry King the other day, and I've said it on my program, Kevin. In the old days of piston-engine aircraft that crossed the Pacific, about halfway across the Pacific, because of the amount of fuel they would carry, a little red light would come on that would say, point of no return. That was in the old High and Mighty with John Wayne. And in my opinion, humanity's little red light came on a while ago. I mean, that means that you cannot go back. You're only going to go forward to your destination, or you're going in the water, one of the two. But you're not going back to California. And I think that humanity's little red light came on a while ago, point of no return. So the world is not going to end, but I think we're headed for some kind of a change. And I'm not even an intuitive.
Well, I think that many intuitives can agree with the position that what it is that humanity cannot go on in the manner that it has, and the idea that the little red light comes on is an intriguing metaphor. Carl Jung, who underwent a personal transformation by out-of-body experience, by the way, and it became a real core in his psychology, used to monitor the dreams of his patients. And in them suddenly began to appear extraordinary visions of some type of global catastrophe that eventually he felt that the world had reached a point where the phenomena that came to be known as World War II was something that humanity had almost chosen to impose upon itself, although it had opportunities, if you will, for a sea change or a course correction. His final contributions to the field were twofold. One, he began to examine the phenomena of UFO sightings when they were first beginning to occur in the modern era, around between 47 and 49 at Mount Rainier. And he felt that that was hopeful in that as people have those types of visions, it's as though humanity's consciousness is reaching out and trying to come full circle, in that we are reaching another level in our conscious evolution. Yauber also issued a cautionary note saying that there will come a time when humanity will have to face a crisis that supersedes even the destructiveness of war. This will probably be a crisis that will occur in the ecology that humanity's actions are accountable for. And that perhaps the thing that is hopeful in that is that it may very well be the moment in which humanity will finally be united.
Well, I think, Kevin, we're kind of like the lobster in the slowly heating water, and only some now are realized. The great majority are sort of people. That's just what we are, not in total, of course, but a majority of the people don't have time to sit back and think about the larger ecological picture, for example. They don't have that time every day.
Mm-hmm. Well, interestingly enough, acknowledging these particular scenarios, and we can even look at the past at other civilizations as sort of precursors as to what's going on with humanity. I also think that there's a phenomena of intervention on the part of what we might refer to as that there is a spiritual process or a spiritual intervention, and I begin to see what I have come to label as the Jonah phenomena. Jonah was the prophet in the Bible, in the Judeo-Christian Bible, who, although a reluctant prophet, went and prophesied the fall of a city. And yet the people in the city had repented the points that Jonah had pointed out about the quality of their lives. And Jonah, who was in a profound meditation when he returned 90 days later, thought that he had failed as a prophet because the city still stood and did continue to survive for a number of centuries. But God speaking to Jonah in a classic biblical sense, of course I'm paraphrasing, really sort of explained to him that he may have been the only successful prophet in the Bible in the sense that prophecy and prediction is so that humanity and human beings may have the opportunity to generate this kind of course correction that we're talking about here, that if that red light has come on, and I agree that may indeed be the case, are there things, inner sciences or in human behavior or human phenomenology that maybe says that we can create a sea change here, or as Bucky Fuller said, is there a trim tab there that can bring the ship state around?
Well, I refer to Gordon Michael Scallion because I respect him greatly as an intuitive, and he has said to me many times that indeed prophecy is exactly as you just suggested. Most times it's not like you could lay all your money down on whatever an intuitive might say, because it might be getting served up as a warning to produce some sort of spiritual reaction that would produce a course change. However, of late, even Gordon Michael Scallion has been saying that the visions he's been getting now appear to be irrevocable and irreversible, and that at some point you do get to a place where what's going to occur is going to occur, and all you can do is perhaps lessen the degree of the occurrence, but not stop it any longer once it has passed a certain point, or the little red light, however you want to think of it.
Right. That agrees very much with what we know from physics, in the sense that it's almost like Schrodinger's cat, where it talks about that because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, we can't know where a particle is exactly in time and space without it losing its mass. Is it a wave or a particle? And in the experiment with Schrodinger's cat, he wanted to demonstrate that by putting a cat in a box with a Geiger counter and a toxic substance, and kind of like in a Rube Goldberg-like way, the Geiger counter triggers and spills the toxic substance, but the box being sealed, and we're not knowing exactly what is occurring inside the box on a quantum level, he is able to create a thought experiment that demonstrates that inside the sealed box the cat is both alive and is both dead, and that not until we open the box and make an observation can we really tell which of those two competing probabilities has occurred within the specific time and space of that container. And I feel that we're reaching that critical point of observation for the planet as to which of these different competing sets of prophecies and predictions, or as they call it in science, probability fields, is more or less coming into manifestation.
Kevin, from your own intuitive abilities versus what you have studied from others, I guess, how am I going to phrase this? Do your own intuitive abilities generally agree with the consensus?
I have participated directly in studies where we have mapped a multitude of different trends, a number of which I spoke to before. For instance, AIDS rising in prevalence, of course, is a classic concern, because when you're speaking into an apocalypse, AIDS is certainly one of the more prevalent ones threatening the human population.
Yes.
And perhaps it's even a good model for what we're talking about, because it is certainly present. It still continues to increase.
Listen, Kevin, I got news the other day that presently, as of now, 1 in 8 residents of Africa have AIDS. That's 1 in 8 infected with AIDS. And if there's not a reversal, that continent is virtually going to die. There are going to be certainly portions of the continent that are going to be barren. Barren. No human beings.
It sounds like Nostradamus' predictions about the depopulation of different countries. And it's indeed, when you ask me about my own intuitive abilities, we have been able to trace exactly these kinds of trends, which they sound remarkably like the trends that are in the classic book of the Apocalypse, the Revelation. You have pestilence, you have earthquakes in diverse places, you have the issue of war and famine continuing to plague humanity, sort of draining its human resources that maybe it could be putting into the solution.
All right, we've got a break here. We're at the top of the hour, so you get a good rest. When we come back, a lot of intuitives lately have been talking to me about our sun. I want to ask about that. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Why baby your baby? Because your baby deserves the best chance at life. I'm News 3's Madeline Holland. Getting proper prenatal care early will help get...
But first, from the Buffalo, New York News, the 7th March edition, March 7th, that was day before yesterday, now in most time zones. On Tuesday, this went out, by the way, to the Knight Ridder newspapers. On Tuesday, a dangerous asteroid whizzed by Earth in a cosmic close call. Several near misses are expected on March 18th, March 26th, and April 1st. Astronomers are discovering potential killer asteroids now at a record pace. The public's flirtation last year, remember, in the movies, with fear of menacing space rocks fueled by 2 fictionalized movies and one very widely reported threat, has now faded. But the threat has not. Astronomers scanning the sky with new technology are finding substantial, fresh evidence of real danger. They are almost weekly additions to their list of potentially hazardous asteroids. In 1998 alone, scientists found 55 of the would-be killers. More than the previous 6 years combined. Now the list is at 163 and growing. So, as is usually the case, you always get it just after it's happened. On Tuesday, we had a close encounter, they say. Well, if on Tuesday it had hit, we obviously would have had no warning. I would jog you again with that. Kevin, welcome back.
Okay.
I have had a number of intuitives, some remote viewers, who have been telling me that our sun, for some time, has been the focus of a lot of their attention, and that they expect something pretty rough pretty soon from our sun. Have you heard anything at all about this from anybody?
I've heard over about the last 24 months concerns about everything from the sun's magnetic field to increased sunspot activity to possible increase in solar flares, et cetera, et cetera. There's a concern that maybe the sun's magnetic field is somehow becoming more unstable, almost reaching some type of zero-point effect, where it may release higher amounts of radiation than usual, which with the with the Earth's already battered ozone layer per se, that I don't think it would be the equivalent of a coup de grace, but it would be something to be definitely concerned about if this is then confirmed through other sources, other, say, astronomical sources.
Well, we are entering, in the next couple of years, a solar maximum. And, of course, we go through 11-year cycles or 22, depending on what you believe. the full cycle is 22, but every 11 years we go through a cycle with the sun, and we are about to enter a maximum. But a lot of people seem to have concerns about the Earth's magnetic field. They see it beginning to occasionally wobble and change a little bit, and there's quite a substantial body of theory out there, Kevin, that should our magnetic field collapse or radically change, and the sun should have an ejecta, that virtually Israeli scientists, for example, believe the dinosaurs were not killed by some great rock that hit Earth, though that's certainly possible, but rather that the planet was virtually instantaneously sterilized by radiation from the sun, and that there are catastrophic circumstances that occur from the sun from time to time. Now, that's not frequent from our mortal point of view, but it might account for a lot. And so I guess you've been hearing these things as well.
Yes. And it doesn't wander too far afield, for instance, from the Edgar Cayce prophecy.
That's correct.
Before our sciences about magnetic fields were even developed. In fact, if anything, you can trace the roots of his prophecies, some of which was the most famous about the Earth flipping on its axis, or the wobble in the Earth's axis continuing. It was not only the Earth's physical position shifting 6 degrees, it was specific references to the Earth's magnetic field that he was also addressing. So this has roots in classical prophecies and predictions with Cayce, and was considered one of the key precursors as to when we'd be entering into these times that we're conversing on now.
Is it your sense that we are close?
I think that we are, Art. And to me, the thing that fascinates me about this is again what I refer to. If we've reached that halfway point, what types of means of intervention is going to occur here? If, as Jung said, there is this crisis in the ecology, as I pointed out what I called the Jonah phenomena. Are there factors that can somehow moderate or modify, I think what we're in consensus on is a crisis point as we go into this, this new millennium. There's cycles in nature, above all else, humanity is destabilizing the ecology. What I am curious about is what are the trends that people like Jung and Cayce spoke to that might be a moderating factor in this?
Is there, in your opinion, Kevin, really any significance to 2000? I mean, certainly when you consider the computer problems that may lie ahead, there's no question about it, but otherwise, the year 2000 is just another day. Really, it's just there have been shifts in the calendar through the ages, and I don't think January 1st, 2000, the world is going to end, even though people march up and down the street with signs saying so. It's just another day, really. Or is there some spiritual significance to it aside from Y2K?
It's with Y2K, you just have a classic botch of humanity trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, trying to save a little bit of extra byte on computers that then in turn just grows out like when you have that 16th inch of a carpet. When you lay it down, all of a sudden you got 4 feet going up the other side of the wall.
Sure.
But the year 2000, or quite frankly the idea of the millennium, does have its roots in the concepts of the precession of the equinox. And with the precession of the equinox, you have a more than subtle shift of where the sun rises, for instance, in 2,000-year cycles, far as the
can you explain
progression astrologically, where the sun rises in the spring, fall, and winter equinox and solstice. So there is, if you will, a significant astrological and astronomical relationship that does occur in 2,174-year cycles.
2,174 years. Can you explain that so I can understand it? I know what the solstice is, spring and fall. But the precession, what do you mean by that?
Well, if you it's really one of the things that makes an argument for esoteric civilizations such as Atlantis. For instance, the Sphinx, where Casey refers to as the Hall of Records being, which he sees as a hope for humanity to be able to cope with these radical evolutionary changes that are occurring on the planet. The paws of the Sphinx are positioned exactly in alignment as to where the spring equinox would have occurred approximately 15,000 years ago.
Gee, not just 4,000 years ago. Did you happen to see the special on Fox with the opening of the tombs with Zahi Hawass, Dr. Hawass?
Yes.
And I'm sure you heard Dr. Hawass. I have Dr. Hawass on tape. I was standing right at the back of the Sphinx with Dr. Hawass, and I had a video camera going. In fact, I should get that tape out and play it. And Dr. Hawass adamantly, just as he did in the Fox thing, said, "There has never been art. 1 grain of sand," said Dr. Hawass. "Not 1 grain of sand that would lend any proof at all to the whole Atlantis concept or the fact that this is any older than we believe it to be. It was done by Egyptians' art." That's Dr. Hawass.
Well, I could agree with him that it was done by Egyptians and Atlantis and Atlanteans per se. So you're not really, if you will.
You wouldn't say Atlanteans.
Well, I would have to point out that you're not. There's a lot of pride on the part of indigenous peoples as to their accomplishments, and I don't think that you're demoting indigenous peoples by acknowledging that it may have been intercooperative with other cultures. And quite singularly, the geology of the Sphinx confers upon it a greater age. Even the ARE's radiocarbon dating of the pyramid made it at least 1,000 years older than the oldest dates that they have for it.
Yes, I know.
And since they were dating mortar, it suggested they were dating a repair to the pyramid that had actually been spoken of in the Casey predictions.
And all of this causes Zahi Hawass to go straight through the roof whenever you mention it to him.
Yes, he's a great storyteller. I mean, he looked great as kind of an Indiana Jones there when he was crawling around in the tombs, and I admire that kind of diligence.
Oh, he's hard to follow. I chased him around Giza myself and almost had my own heart attack. Now, watching that little gal and others chase him around was kind of humorous. Reminded me of when I was there. You're right. He's kind of an Indiana Jones kind of guy. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you this. If he made, this is my own personal belief, and he'd really take me on for it, but if he made a discovery of really earth-shattering significance, trust me, it wouldn't be on Fox.
I would have to agree, because the very tunnel that he spoke of that remained unexcavated, that he kind of courteously acknowledged, when being challenged, the fact that everything that he has discovered, that he's speaking of as his greatest discoveries and his greatest adventures, was described in intimate detail by Edgar Casey some 50 or 75 years before.
That's right.
Is rather extraordinary.
Well, indeed, they have, through penetrating X-ray, they have discovered that there is a tunnel that seemingly leads down at an angle from the Great Pyramid toward the left paw of the Sphinx.
Yes.
That's there.
and furthermore, there appears to be a chamber there where it's been suggested that when the spring equinox occurred, and it would have aligned exactly between the paws of the Sphinx, it would have been just below the horizon line of the constellation Leo and the constellation Virgo. So it appears that the Sphinx is the equivalent of a star map. And in one of the legends, it talks about how Ra gave humanity a secret place just below the place of the lion. And it's believed that if you look at that as a star map, because the Sphinx is a precise profile, in precise profile is exactly that. If you connect all the dots in the constellation Leo, it's the precise profile of the Sphinx. So looking at that as a star map, it's the idea of what is called the Hall of Records, and a source of hope for humanity in these challenging times is right below the Sphinx, where they have done these non-invasive forms of archaeology using ultrasonics and X-rays, et cetera, and they have confirmed there is indeed a chamber there.
What do you believe the pyramids are?
I believe them to be a very unique technology. We have gone to the pyramids multiples of occasions. I've traveled there myself with a group called Power Places Tours. I'm returning there with another group called the Intuition Network this September, and we're going to be exploring some of these issues. I believe them to be a type of what you might call a psionic type of technology that had a multitude of different functions. I believe it to be the equivalent of what you might now call a database in stone. I believe the way to access it is through intuitive states, and that the pyramid itself and the extraordinary mathematics associated with it. For instance, if we had to send a single object into space to communicate with extraterrestrials, I believe the mathematics of the pyramid would probably communicate more about our planet than virtually any other type of object.
So you were suggesting it is kind of a machine of some sort.
I think it is indeed a technology. The term machine, conjures up images of Newtonian mechanical universe.
It does. So most loosely used.
Yes.
Are you aware that December 31st at midnight, Zahi Hawass, Dr. Hawass, is going to replace the gold capstone on the Great Pyramid?
I had this comedic image that he's going to do that, and then suddenly, like the Hall of Records will open up right underneath his feet when he does that.
I know. I'm trying to decide whether I'd like to be there or not. Hold on, Kevin. We'll be right back to you. Kevin Ryerson is my guest. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Run in the shadows.
All right, back now to Kevin Ryerson. Kevin, you said you were in Egypt at Giza. Have you ever had the opportunity to go to the top of the Great Pyramid and lie in the sarcophagus?
Yeah, multiple of occasions. In fact, we even had the opportunity to work under some instructions with the pyramid as the kind of technology that we spoke of before with some rather startling results.
Would you share those?
Certainly, if you like.
I would like, yes.
Well, we started out in the base of Egypt, where going through the temples, which many people feel line up with the chakras in the human anatomy, and the climax was actually entering into the pyramid itself. Now, through my own intuitive process, it had been predicted that if we worked appropriately with the energies in the pyramid, we could have a demonstration of what was called climate control as to how the Atlanteans had worked with it. So we had taken instructions to work with certain ancient Egyptian hymnals, which break down into certain types of sound frequencies. And when actually lying in the sarcophagus and then causing it to resonate by striking the side of it with your fist, it resonates to a perfect pitch of A. And it's like a great drum. And then with the other types of meticulous types of chanting, quite similar to the kind of chanting that is done in Tibet, a rather remarkable phenomenon occurred. When we had entered the pyramid, the sky was perfectly clear. When we had come out of the pyramid about an hour or two later, as we were there to be able to be there privately, because it was after the park had closed, the plateau had closed, there was an extraordinary thunder and lightning storm that was entirely out of character with the climate at that time of the year. And later on, as we viewed it from the Weather Channel, the eye of this thunderstorm was directly over the capstone of the pyramid itself.
If Dr. Hawass was here, he would say, Kevin, what a wonderfully imaginative mind you have. I've spoken with Dr. Hawass so much, I know exactly how he would respond. I got to lie in the sarcophagus and myself, and I had an experience that I still really can't properly put words to. It's I felt something that resonated within every cell of my body, and that's about as close as I've been able to come to explaining to people what I felt as I was there. I did it kind of humorously. I first laid in there and kind of crossed myself as though I was a dead Egyptian. And then I stopped laughing, and I started feeling. It was really strange. Well, anyway, listen, I've got a lot of calls, so let's see what's on the line, Kevin. The first-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
Mr. Ryerson.
Yes.
I'm an aspiring young yogi here, and during my practice of the yoga, it's actually led me back to the Bible and God. And I was wondering, your intuitive powers, are you using yogi or the chakras, calming of the quieting the mind with the use of yogi, or how are you doing this?
Okay. Well, the description of yoga, many people feel is actually contained within biblical scripture. For instance, Jesus uses the root word yoke on multiple occasions, even saying, "Put upon yourself my yoke," or the yoke of the Christ. And the word yoga itself is derived from the term yoke, meaning to link the mind, the body, and the spirit, which is exactly parallels Jesus' teachings. Furthermore, he spoke of the importance of the body as a temple. He spoke about how the kingdom or the order of things is within the body.
Right.
And my own intuitive process interprets the book of Revelations as a book of yoga, that the 7 churches and the 7 candlesticks and the 7 seals are the 7 chakras. And that as those energies are opened up, people reach either individual potential or they reach the collective potential that then becomes the fulfillment of the prophecy that the book is associated about. So yoga is very much part of the intuitive development process.
Wow. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Hi. Good morning, Art. This is Greg in Elkhorn, California.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to say how sorry I am about your friend Richard.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to be sending a lot of positive energy his way.
Thank you.
There are some great mentions of Richard's work in your book, The Source, too, which I really liked a lot. Kevin, how are you this morning?
Excellent.
I have a question that kind of relates from a topic that one of Art's guests had discussed, the late Speaking Wind, who I have a lot of respect for.
A Native American who was on my program, who spoke a great deal, by the way, about weather modification, who had himself a massive heart attack and died.
Yes, sir. What I'm referring to is that Speaking Wind had mentioned that there would be an amount of Great Depression which would be caused by possibly, correct me if I'm wrong, Art, by the alignment of planets. And it leads into my question, which is this, Kevin. Do you have a take on our nation's young people and the hopelessness, which I believe would be led to by depression in this day and age, that they do feel? And because of these feelings of hopelessness, the terrible acts that they do act out upon at times because of these feelings.
Well, part of what I think that we need to include in programs like these is some of the patterns of hope that can emerge for the future for young people, because these are very trying times, not only for us veterans who've been around for a while, but in particular for the forthcoming generation.
They sure are.
And one of the hopeful trends that I point out is that one of the most advanced spiritually, in my opinion, one of the most rapidly growing schools of thought in the world is the private school movement of the Waldorf schools that have been founded by Rudolf Steiner, who was sort of a Judeo-Christian mystic contemporary of Edgar Cayce. And people who find that when they put their children in either these schools or open them very early up to their fundamental spirituality, that these become almost like whole new human beings, and that they're extremely resilient, and they're able to resist, some of the types of peer pressures that are put so much on children in our urban centers. And that, to me, is a very, very hopeful trend. And I think that as, we continue to make progress, and maybe as this kind of information gets out there, and one of Art's largest constituency is both the 20-somethings and younger folks. They kind of have Art Bell parties listening to these kinds of things. And so maybe we can reverse some of this kind of conflicts that exist in our society.
That would be nice. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Where are you, sir?
I'm in South Bend, Indiana. This is the fiddler. I was going to ask Mr. Ryerson. See, for a while, I've been listening about 5 years, and I was thinking about, an ABC suit. That's atomic, biological, and chemical. And now I've been thinking about maybe I could buy a NASA spacesuit with, I don't mean to be flip about this, with air conditioning and all that to, negate the radiation and whatever else might come my way, just for survival purposes. And there's so many potentials with, like up in Canada, they found a species of butterflies that only existed in, Midwest America.
Well, it is a little,
moved up into Canada.
Sir, it is a little flip in the sense that if something happens to the environment that is really serious, if you have a spacesuit, you have an extra few hours.
Well, Art Bell said it might be a few days, or not Art Bell, Ed Dames, I'm sorry, Art. Ed said this might only last a few days, but the temperature is going to grow up drastically. I think our greatest threat is from the volcanology that's occurred in the past, which, by the way, I'm pretty well read, and I've heard that some of the dinosaurs died, mainly from the Earth upheavals, about 15 to 28,000 years ago, according to Casey. And that's something to think of, too. You think it killed dinosaurs. Well, there's been volcanic eruptions over in Africa that release cyanide gas, I believe, or certain sorts of dioxide gases.
Well,
killed 20s and thousands of people.
Yeah, the whole issue of volcanology and the changes that are occurring. Although I think you said it with serious intent, one of the things we do have to point out is that because of the lowered human immunology, there are people who are living in spacesuits on a daily basis because they are so sensitive to these radical abuse of the ecology, in the form of these kinds of earth changes, these really deep volcanic changes which are probably occurring due to the Earth's warming. And there are people who have to live their lives on a daily basis in some type of containment suit or containment chamber because they have absolutely no immunity to these radical events in the ecology.
Do you think that there has been an overall lowering of immunity systems worldwide?
I think that is a very, very well documented trend. I think that's very well medically accepted. If nothing more than just the stress of modern living, which we know lowers the immune system and the T cell counts. But furthermore, because of issues like AIDS, this is for the first time that we have really recognized this as a crisis in humanity. But one of the things that's also intriguing is that it does appear that humanity does respond to these kinds of stresses because with the mapping of the human genome, they have noticed, for instance, that there are certain peoples who have almost what are like dormant genetic qualities that are now beginning to emerge that maybe is somehow a genetic reversal of some of the stresses that have been placed on the human system. One is a group of people, for instance, who can actually synthesize vitamin C, and that apparently is existent in all of our genetic pattern, but it is part of the dormant gene pool.
Kevin, do you see that as the continuing process of evolution?
I do, and that's why I actually am. That's why I'm hopeful that even as Jung said, there's this crisis in the ecology. It's the fact that we are getting larger and larger audiences of people to begin to look and to cause shifts in their thinking. Human evolution in relationship to the environment was well documented by people like Jeffrey Goodman in his book "We Are the Earthquake Generation."
Yes.
Where he studied the climate changes out here in the southwest where I'm at, the ancient Pueblo people and the Anasazi people, and found that when humanity was at a high spiritual point with high psychic activity, the climate reflected a real abundance of food and resources, and the human population expanded. However, when they abandoned those principles, it's almost as though the climate responded in kind, and basically extremely harsh droughts, earthquakes, then displaced these very, very highly evolved spiritual civilizations.
Mm-hmm. There's something that a caller said that just haunts me. And so I'm sorry if I keep repeating it to my audience, but a caller called me and said, "Hey, Art, it's like Earth is getting mad at us." And I thought about that for a second. I said, no, Earth doesn't get angry. Earth gets even. And even that implies some sort of consciousness, which I'm not so sure about. But what I think is, Kevin, that when we put nature out of balance, the Earth itself, its environment, its ecosystem, its closed system, simply responds to correct that balance. Now, a casual observer might think Earth is getting angry at us. But she's not really getting angry. She's just sort of restoring a balance.
I would 100% agree with that statement. Rupert Sheldrake's what is called morphogenic field theories, or the idea of the Gaia effect, is that the idea of the Earth as a living organism is receiving a great deal more credence nowadays as we look at this crisis in the ecology. And even biblically speaking, it says, you must keep the laws of the prophets, lest the earth itself spew you forth.
Well, what do you say to right-wing religious fundamentalists whose view is that the earth and all that is on it was put here for our exploitation, our use, and that politically, as you well know, there is a large movement in this country to debunk at all costs anybody who might talk about changes that we need to make to begin to make corrections in our environmental situation. There's a very, very strong political lobby against anything of that sort.
I totally agree. There is an attempt to repress what I consider some of the more progressive type of thinking that could lead to a much more hopeful scenario if it comes out and becomes part of the mainstream values. The Institute of Noetic Sciences has done a hopeful demographics of what appears to be an emerging demographics of what is called the cultural creatives. These are people who draw their values, for instance, from what they consider to be authentic in relationship to the ecology, authentic in relationship to what they see working in our democratic institutions, and want to bring about massive reform. And that they're in juxtaposition to the more traditionals who draw only upon fundamentalist religious belief systems. So they trace the demographics that this is about 35 to 45 million people, voting age, and that but what they need to do is to become more conscious of themselves as a demographic force. So they're, in addressing the issue about right-wingers and stuff, first of all, humorously, I'd like to go on the record that in spite of Mr. Falwell's best statements, I don't think that Tinky Winky, for instance, is the Antichrist. And I did take offense at at some of the anti-Semitic implications in some of his statements. But
he's been making some absolutely remarkable statements lately. I mean, just things that blow you away.
It is rather remarkable, and I think that what it is, it has to do with the fraying of that particular demographics, that they have run the course of any ideas that they may have had per se, and that there is a new demographics emerging out there. And if it can have these kinds of effects, that newly emerging demographics that Jeffrey Goodman was able to document so excellently, perhaps we ourselves have reached a crisis that the ancestors have known about, whether it's the Anastasi or whether it is the builders of the pyramid, that the past maybe is the precursor to the future, and that we have something to learn from those ancestors.
Well, I want to lighten up on my statement a little. There are many in the religious community who view what's said in the Bible as a mandate to be good custodians of what is here.
Yes.
Which is very different. But there's a large radical group, unfortunately, that is pushing politically with some great success to subvert any attempts at change to correct the environment, and that's who I was talking about. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Art, yes, this is actually, I'm east of the Rockies, but your east of the Rockies number doesn't work up here north of Toronto.
So you got through on the West of the Rockies line in Toronto?
Yes,
actually. That's really interesting.
That's resourceful.
North of Toronto, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it takes, you made it. Do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Ryerson.
Yes?
I was just wondering, what is it like when you have these, like, visions, or is it like an apparition? Does it come to you in a dream? Is it just a feeling
that you get.
A subtle feeling or a specific vision, Kevin?
Well, in meditation, it can be a specific vision. In particular, if you form a question first, which is like what the Socratic method says, is that if you form the right question, more than likely the right answer is already within you. And through meditation, you have the ability of forming a very specific inquiry, and then you have an episode of direct knowing. Now, myself, I'm a practitioner of what's called Anja Yoga, which it is the belief that the mind or the intellect can be an equal tool for bringing together the spirit and the body. So in my particular case, when I am experiencing what's called a conscious clairvoyant episode, it is like a very clear, comprehensive body of knowledge that I did not necessarily take into the rational, critical process.
So in other words, it's not a fuzzy concept you're plucking from what you're feeling. It is an absolute knowing.
Yeah, it is comparable to Einstein's insight of seeing light, or his theory of relativity, as a horse coming down on a beam of light. And it just took him 10 years to work out the math.
There you are. All right, Kevin, hold on. Are you good for another hour?
Oh, hey, I'm ready.
All right. Kevin Ryerson is my guest. This is Coast to Coast AM. He has a good deal. Faster connections. More. Anyway, back now to Kevin Ryerson. Kevin, welcome.
Thank you.
And lots of people want to talk to you, so here we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
This is Dawson in Memphis.
Memphis.
AM WREC.
Of course.
And, Kevin, you were talking about by the way, this call is dedicated to Richard Hoagland.
Thank you.
You were talking about the precession of the equinoxes.
Yes.
And being 2,174 years.
Yes.
Okay, in Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprint of the Gods.
Yes.
He said, in order to make the math work, that the ancients had planted in mythology all over the world. The figure 2,160, mainly because it's divisible by 9, and it made their math easier. Did you know that number 2,160 has also been hidden in Genesis?
I have heard quite a number of different frameworks of reference on that. Jim Hurtak, in his book, The Keys of Enoch, in conversations I've had with him, has made mention of this.
What happened, Joseph Campbell, they were running a PBS program, and he mentioned that a German scholar had worked the math out for the Great Cycle in the Patriarch's ages. And he didn't give any specifics. So I sat down and I took a look at it. And the Patriarchs, as you know, have very long ages anyway. And Enoch, having lived 365 years, that should be a clue that it could be some hidden math in there anyway. Okay? But I found out if you take all the patriarchs to when they begot their sons and add it up, you get 1556. Okay. Now you have to add another 100 years in there because it's 100 years further till the flood. And Graham had said the precession math is very often hidden with flood stories. Okay. That'll give you 1656. Now, let's see, I want to follow what I've got written down here. You have to multiply this by Enoch's total age, which is 365. You get a total number of days. It would be 604,440. However, you've left out leap year days. You take the 360 degrees of a circle, which all this stuff is tied with, add that to it, you get 604,800. To get weeks, you divide it by the 7 heavenly bodies that we name the days of the week after. This will give you 86,400, and you divide this again by the mnemonic, which is the 40 days and nights of the flood, and you get 2,160.
All right. Well, I appreciate that information, but my reaction to that is that, boy, oh boy, you can make any number happen if you have enough reference points, and you can name enough things, and you can make any number mean anything. Now, I don't mean to take anything away from what he just said, but sheesh, I could take Bill Clinton's birthday and Monica's date of birth, and before you know it, I could end up with, I could date the pyramids or something or another. Any comments on all that?
Oh, I think that the idea of sacred mathematics is fascinating. Like I said, Einstein, saw the whole theory of relativity as a horse coming down a beam of light, and then he knew that he could use the speed of light as a universal standard. But even now, we know that the speed of light, perhaps in new mathematics, using some of the theories of Tesla, can perhaps be superseded and may not be a universal standard at all. So
that's right.
Even what we consider to be standards in physics itself that we base our sciences on have some flexibility. But one thing we do know is that in relationship, for instance, to say some of the sacred math proposed by the pyramid, is that just the division of its to the measurements of the base does begin to derive some of the numbers that he was mentioned contained in Genesis. So it's rather intriguing.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art. This is Karen in Houston.
Hi, Karen.
Hi. I have several points in the Casey material I'd like Kevin's special perspective on, if I could.
Go.
All right. Casey mentioned at one time that the original fall of man was in the realm of spirit, and that later what came in the flesh came after that. Also, he said like attracts like.
Yes.
And in 1998, the Christ consciousness would return here. And in a dream, he interpreted himself as returning here by the end of this present century. Can you tell me anything about these?
Well, just to clarify a little bit, he talked about how originally, we were in spirit, and then that we are really spiritual beings. In other words, our origins are as beings of energy or consciousness, and that we are here as spiritual beings to experience the physical, that we're not physical beings trying to be spiritual. This is all, of course, contained within the basis of Genesis before. But in the simplest form, it's the idea of souls. We have incarnated through reincarnation, as expressed in Hinduism and Buddhism, that we are evolving our consciousness towards a point where we become aware of our own spiritual potential. And that in one of the Casey readings, it was suggested that this return of what we call the Christ is a collective awareness of our own individual and humanity's potential to become children of God, which simply means that if God is love, and that is what we are, that can be one of these more hopeful paths that we have in this period of testing that Casey talked about, that we've more than alluded to earlier in this program.
All right, and as far as Casey himself returning by the end of this century?
Edgar Casey, in his classic vision, saw himself as a young man sometime between 1999 and possibly the vision was as late as 2015, as being in some type of craft that sounded remarkably like some type of technology associated with extraterrestrials. And he had his classic vision of the Earth, with the Earth changes that, again, we discussed in some detail earlier in the program. Now, whether or not that means that he is physically incarnate, or whether that means that as a soul he was viewing the planet's direction or fate based on the predictions he was given, is still open to some interpretation.
All right. And Art, lots of love to Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson and Art Bell. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, pray tell?
I'm in Texas.
Okay.
I would like to send, first of all, I would like to send you some pictures, Art, of some ancient building stones.
Well, you can do that by mail or email.
Which are from, I think, the original Atlantis. These stones are, giving an example, the heaviest one is 750 cc's.
Where are they located?
It's somewhere near Texas. That's all I can say now. 750 cc's, and they weigh 5 pounds and 6.5 ounces, and they're man-made stones.
Okay.
I'll watch your mail, and I'll get a set of pictures off to you.
All right, I'll look forward to that. Do you have a question for Kevin Ryerson?
Yes. In the Atlantis, the research that he's done in Atlantis, does he have any estimate as to the age of the Atlantis?
Oh, do I have any estimates? Well, in the channelings and in most esoteric histories, you must remember Atlantis had several phases to it. The classic Atlantean period that Casey addresses, which culminated around, say, about 10,000 to 12,000 BC, places that classic Atlantean period is around 25,000 years. But before that, Casey traces the history of Atlantis back at least 240,000 years, and then traces the precursor civilization of Lemuria back almost 1 million years before that. And we do now have some anthropological evidence suggesting very, very, very advanced achievements on the part of humanity, and perhaps even much more advanced concepts of human evolution dating back to those periods of time.
That would fall under the category of forbidden archaeology. And there certainly is a lot of it. In other words, there have been a lot of finds made that don't fit into what archaeologists and scientists believe about us, and so they just sort of, when they find something like that, they don't present it. And the people who do present it generally suffer loss of their careers. Are you aware of that?
Definitely. There's intriguingly enough, even traditional anthropology is being put under a lot of pressure. And a fellow intuitive of mine, whose name was Abrahamson, actually had pressed back the arrival of humanity here in the North American continent by some almost 25,000 years by a classic site found as Flagstaff, and he was sponsored by Jeffrey Goodman. And that is now actually accepted as the new carbon dating as to how long human beings have been here in the North American continent.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on there with Kevin Ryerson. Top of the morning to you.
Hi, this is Kathy. I'm calling from Palmdale, California.
Hi, Kathy.
And how are you doing tonight?
Well, it's a rough night, rough day, but...
I'm sorry. Things will get better. They always do.
So it is said.
Yes. I do have a question about the pyramids.
Yeah.
And I do have a second question, also unrelated.
Okay. Go ahead.
First of all, do we know when the gold top was first removed from the pyramids?
You mean when was the capstone lost?
Yes.
It's interesting. It's been suggested that it may have been there as late as some of the early Greek influences. There are recordings of it and descriptions of it. The other thing is that there were descriptions that there may have actually been not only the gold capstone, but other types of capstones. One suggested being made of lapis, and perhaps one made of quartz. But it appears that it may have actually disappeared fairly late within the historical game plan, being there as late as around the time period of the birth of Jesus. And we do know that most of the limestone was stripped off during the building of some of the mosques by the Islamic faith.
And in replacing this cap, do they feel that the pyramid is going to do something so-called turn into a machine and do something, or no one has any idea, or things not being said?
I think that the gentleman who's putting the capstone on looks at it as strictly a pleasing sort of aesthetics or a pleasing type of sort of publicity stunt per se. I mean, it has a dignity to it because it's kind of cool that it'll be up there again.
I kind of liked your earlier answer. Somehow I envisioned Zahi going up there and finally placing it on top of the pyramid, and all of a sudden you hear this giant rock shifting and sand pouring. Something begins
and it's like suddenly the Hall of Records blazes to life.
Right. Then my second question, very quickly, I have a very good friend, Margaret, and I've known her almost a year.
Yes.
And our relationship has grown very strong, and it's very funny because it doesn't scare me. I find it very interesting.
What doesn't scare you, man?
A lot of times our thoughts are the same. We'll be watching something or listening to something, and we will blurt out the same exact words at the same moment.
It's called synchronicity, or perhaps something else. Who knows? We'll try and address that if we can. Synchronicity is in itself a fascinating topic. Kevin Ryerson is my guest. You might get a pencil and paper because I'm going to give him a chance to promo anything he wants when we get back after the break. He's been such a good soldier. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Have it. Back now quickly to Kevin Ryerson. No, wait a minute. I've got to get my break done, don't I? If I don't do that, they get very, very upset with me. Get out a pencil and paper because Kevin Ryerson, I'm going to try and get him to promote whatever he would like. Storable food. Let me promote that a little bit. Y2K, weather changes, whatever you want to consider. I would say that storable food is a good idea. Our Senate says it. The California Governor's Office of Emergency Services says it. Just about everybody is saying it. And my sponsor, J. Michael Stevens Group, that sells storable food with shelf life of 10 years or better. They sell food that is not foreign sourced. They sell food that is in containers that do not leak. They sell nothing but quality food. They're in Salt Lake City. That should tell you something right away. They, too, would urge you, if you cannot afford quality stored food, which they sell, then store food anyway. Do what you can. But do it. In other words, do your own investigation, if you wish into Y2K, and I think you will come to your own conclusions about what you should be doing. And time is now getting short, so you better get to doing it one way or another. If that way is to call J. Michael Stevens, they'll send you free information on what they have. The number is 1-800-377-0000. That's 1-800-377-0700. Give them a shout, even at this time of the morning, and the information will come down and intellectually chew it over and decide what you're going to do. Again, the J. Michael Stevens Group, if you're thinking about storable food, think about J. Michael Stevens. 1-800-377-0700. My newsletter is called After Dark, and every month it's chock full of interviews, current news, analysis, photograph, illustrating, and expanding on many of the things you hear me talk about on both my shows, Coast to Coast and Dreamland. And in each issue, I put some of my more poignant thoughts on paper for your perusal. By the way, After Dark is not one of these little photocopy deals. You know, 3 or 4 sheets of white paper and a staple in the upper left-hand corner. No, no, no. This is a full-blown magazine format on slick paper with lots of color throughout. If you like my radio program, I know you're going to love After Dark. To order, call toll-free 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. After Dark. It's the definitive chronicle of nighttime radio. That's it. I think you'll enjoy it. They're making leaps and bounds of improvement in the newsletter, and it really is getting very, very sharp. So if you would like After Dark, call 1-800-917-4278. Now, Kevin, you've been such a good soldier tonight. Do you have a book or an email address or a contact piece of information that you would like to give out or promote?
Sure. I'd like to inform people that, one, they can reach me at my website, which you graciously had put on your own there.
Of course we have a link, yes.
And it's www.kevinryers.com. We update that all the time. People could write me if they like at Ryerson at excite.com. And we constantly update programs, and if people wanted to, they could reach us personally and get a voice at the other end of the line at 415-356.
Wait a minute. 415, I'm getting a lot in a short time here. 415.
415-356.
Right.
9887.
9887.
And we could then update people on various programs that we're doing. I like the term think globally, shop locally. Is a program that I'm doing with the organization of which I'm on the board of directors of. It's called the Intuition Network. Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove, who you had on the program, is the president of that. And we are taking a group of people to Egypt in September, and that's with Power Places Tours. And that would be one of our global events. And people will have that opportunity to experience private time inside the Great Pyramid in the very sarcophagus that we were speaking of before. They can explore what their own sensations would be. I'm personally taking a group to Scotland in the summer months, and we will be basing out of the Finhorn community, which to me is exciting because I look at it because it's famous for its gardens with its flowers that grew in winter. But I like to think of it as a community that its architecture was built by angels. And we're going to be going to megalithic sites very comparable to Stonehenge. As to the shop locally, I encourage people to really look for the resources in their own community. In my work with Shirley, one of the things that Shirley was most excited about was now it's become sort of like a New Age icon, was the Bodhi tree in Los Angeles, which has now become a major resource community. And I encourage people to just look for what Buckminster Fuller called those trim tab in their own community. The trim tab is that little rudder that turned around the rudder that can bring around the whole ship of state. Just in Santa Rosa, California, I just made an appearance at a wonderful little store. It was called The Opened Heart. And the people there, for instance, are very, very dedicated to a lot of the principles that we're talking about in turning around, some of the types of events that we're talking about and trying to get people in touch with their inner resources.
All right. And again, your email address, we should spell it for people in case they don't know how to spell your name. Your email address is Ryerson, that's RYERSON, @excite.com. Ryerson, RYERSON, @excite.com. All right, back to the phones we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson and Art Bell. Hi.
Good evening, Art and Kevin. First time, hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was on my cell phone, so I thought I might have went out. I have a question for the guests. First of all, I want to say I'm praying for Richard, and the world's a much more interesting place with him in it.
Yes, it is.
And, okay, I guess my question, I'll try to make it, I'll sum up the story quick, and it's a question for your guests. But in the Old Testament, there's a story where Abraham cut some cattle and some different animals. He cut them in half, and then he went to sleep, and a darkness came over him. He was really afraid. But then a smoking pot flew through the pieces, to sort of sum it up. And I always sort of thought that maybe if there's a connection between cattle mutilations and maybe UFOs, where what the smoking pot that flew through the pieces that Abraham cut up was maybe what he thought was God, and maybe the cattle mutilations today are a sign that maybe of some sort, similar to what he did. And I wonder if your guest has ever thought anything about that, or if he's ever heard that, or explored it any further.
Sure, let's ask. Cattle mutilations are a modern phenomenon that has certainly not been answered.
Well, I think it's a fascinating interpretation, and certainly there's no lack of arguments, some of them quite well made, that events, seen in the Bible could be easily interpreted as, close encounters of the multiple kind. In particular, the most impressive to me is, of course, Ezekiel's wheel, which, when studied for its aerodynamics and its interpretations, makes a rather remarkable argument for such contacts being made by ancestors. I look at what we call the cattle mutilations. If you look at them as almost more like surgical explorations on the part of whomever may be doing it in the form of extraterrestrials. We have become so dependent, for instance, on this as a main food staple. I could almost see them as sort of taking samples of it throughout all the ages to sort of see what it is that we're doing to ourselves in the form of a major source of nutrition.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson and Art Bell. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Kevin. Like you were saying that roughly 13,000 years ago was when the Sphinx was created, and that it aligned with the constellation Leo.
Yes.
And then
Leo Virgo.
Yeah. And would that be the? Would you say? And then you said that the Atlantean age was before that time, but sort of ended at that time. Let's see. Like right now, we're entering the age of Aquarius, and then that's 180 degrees from the constellation Leo.
Mm-hmm.
So, would we be entering the new Atlantean age?
Quite interesting. The precession of the equinoxes seems to suggest that indeed there's a correlation between human behavior and advancements in civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sphinx, theoretically, according to the esoteric history, would have been built about 2,000 years or so just before Atlantis was finally submerged, according to the Casey readings. And I think that we are approaching what is called the age of Aquarius. And rather than the Piscean age, where these things are more an issue of faith, it's the idea that all these types of sciences that we are now discovering and being advanced by people, for instance, such as Richard Hoagland, is that it is now time for us to know these things, that we need to look at these things as psychic sciences that we can practice openly into society, rather than these things being regulated or held back by mystery schools, or like there's some types of psychic industrial secrets.
The age of Aquarius would mean that like the secrets, like Pisces is sort of secretive,
yes,
and then hidden, and then Aquarius, everything opens up, so we'll be opened up to this sort of Atlantean knowledge. Then.
I would say that's correct, and I would say that we're pretty much right on schedule, and all we have to do is make certain that we don't go through the same types of errors in allowing our dependence on technology to outstrip our psychic sciences and or our spirituality.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson and Art Bell. Hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
Sounds like another portable call on a cell phone.
Unfortunately, yes. I have a very long drive and listen to you on my drive.
Yes, sir.
I have to admit, I didn't hear much of the show, but I did hear the notions that our actions and our spirituality and our lack thereof affect the way the world reacts, and the world, the earth, and of course its surrounding ecosystem reacts to our actions in those manners.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think that can really be held forth. And for a couple of reasons. One is simply the age of this rock. Too many upheavals, too much history in the earth before there was a spiritual being anywhere near it. 3.5 billion years.
Yes, there's always been change.
Right. But I mean, and it managed to do it all by itself without us having to,
Can I interject?
Act on it positively or negatively to trigger it.
All right. Pause for a second.
Yes. If I can interject, the idea that there's natural forces in nature independent of consciousness, I would suggest what you need to do is to examine such things, for instance, such as the Hindu mythologies, where they talk that Brahma sleeps and Brahma awakens, which was approximately a 14 billion year cycle. And that is part of the Hindu creation mythology. And you can't really get caught up in the poetry, for instance, of the 6,000-year epic described in the Judeo-Christian Bible. And so really what you're looking at is not incarnate consciousness, but you're looking at the idea of infinite consciousness in the form of the creative force at work here. And even Carl Sagan was fascinated with the Hindu creation myth, which he said that if there was a deity at work or a consciousness at work, those indeed would describe it most accurately, because it does match what we know about the physical age of the universe.
Right. And one other thing, and this is something I'm not fixing on you personally or individually, because I believe in conservation and do quite a bit to try to get the world in the pristine state, or as pristine a state as I possibly can. But I believe there's a lot, I guess I would call it on the left wing of this type of thing, on the opposite side of the right wing religious groups who are saying that trying to pull down the ecological movement, is that I think it's maybe a little on the arrogant side to presume that we can really affect the Earth in any real significant fashion.
All right, caller.
I really
caller. Hold on.
Yes.
Your point is well taken. There is extremism on both sides. However, I think you are correct that it is arrogant of us to presume that we could destroy the world. We will not destroy the world. It was here long before we began to walk upon it. It will be here. It will be here long after we no longer walk upon it. What we can do, what humanity can do, is to ruin our chances to continue to walk on the Earth. After we're gone, it will continue to go around.
Right. So basically, we're not. I guess it's a terminology thing that kind of grates me a little bit because it plays on the fears that really.
Yes, but
I think your points are very legitimately taken, and believe me, I accept the arguments that you make, in particular about the need of humankind to show a little humility in relationship to the age of the planet. In the sense, that we have been here maybe consciously, even by esoteric history, say about 1 million years, which is just a drop in the bucket. And I think that humanity needs to show some humility in relationship to the awesome responsibility of being here on the planet.
And there you are. Wells to the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Ryerson. Hi.
Hi. Brother Art, Kevin.
How are you?
In Tucson, Arizona.
Okay.
The Holy Spirit in me bows to the Holy Spirit in thee. I wish, just as a precept here, at the 20-year level of my engineering career, I went out and lived in seclusion in the desert for 7 years. In between, I did go to India and spend 2 turns of 5 months deep into the Himalayas at the 19 to 22,000 foot level, where the illumined master is up around Simla. And additionally, I have been around the world many times. I spent 9 years in the Air Force flying. I've been around the world many times, and so some of these other tours during that 7-year period where I spent with deep spiritual, mystical teachers in all of major world religions gave me even deeper insights to many things.
Based on all that, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I was wondering, Kevin, have you ever been to a Kumbh Mela?
A Kumbh Mela? I don't think I've had that honor.
Okay, I think, with your understanding of the Hindu tradition, every 12 years they have this spiritual festival that is never advertised and held in the Himalayan city of Hardwar. This is the period of time that the great masters come out of caves, forests, and wherever they may be, and then assemble into Hardwar and to share the teachings and so on with the populace.
Well, that's all very interesting. We're so short on time. I'm glad it was at least something decent because I was afraid for a second, Kevin, that you were going to suggest you'd never had that honor, and it might turn out to be a situation where you get placed in a pot and cooked by some locals somewhere. Listen, we are absolutely out of time, Kevin. It has been such a pleasure having you on the air. I want to have you back. I also would dearly love to get Shirley MacLaine on the air.
I'll put in a good word for you. She's currently working on a film, and she's a little busy right now, but as I said, she still holds very, very keen interest in these types of issues we've discussed here this evening.
Well, perhaps when she's done with her film. I usually have to catch authors between books and film stars between films. That's just the way it goes. And I understand how it is when you're doing a film. You're busy virtually from dawn until far after dusk, and it's hard work. Kevin, what a pleasure it has been to have you on. One more time, folks, if you'd like to email Kevin Ryerson, it's simply Ryerson, Ryerson, at excite.com, and you can bet we'll have you back again.
Thank you, Art. I've enjoyed being on the program.
Take care, my friend.
Excellent.
That's Kevin Ryerson, folks. And the age of Aquarius, yep, guess it's on the way. Hope it's on the way. Hope it comes in gently. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.